Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Shut up and get in the
Thank you very much, Deefus, for redeeming Hack the Planet. That's what we do. Hey there, HackerFrogs, it's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're going to be doing a heck of a stream. We're going to have 3 different topics we're going to be covering today, as per usual. And the first topic of the day is going to be HackerFrogs after school network hacking session number 4. So this is a cybersecurity course that we're working through right now, and this is on network hacking. And at the end of the course, you should be able to do some very easy CTF networking exercises. Yeah, that's going to be first. And today we're going to be covering reverse shell connections. So that's going to be in the first hour of today's stream. In the second hour of today's stream, we're going to be covering a little walkthrough of the Natas CTF. And Natas CTF, let me get the description for everybody. So the Natas CTF lab environment is a CTF wargame hosted over at overthewire.org. It teaches people about how to do server-side security on different web apps. So this is it's a series of different challenges. There are different levels, and as you go up in level, the difficulty of the challenges will increase. So we're going to be covering levels 5 onwards today. I think we should be able to get through about 4 or 5 different challenges today over at the Natas CTF lab, and that's going to be the second part of today's stream. That's going to be in the second hour of today's stream. And in the third and fourth hours, we're going to be covering some advanced levels over at Natas, and we're going to try to solve those and without having seen them before. So the last level that we they left off at was level 16, and we might be able to get 2 or 3 levels done today, depending on how difficult they are. There are a total of 34 levels. Who knows how long it's going to take for us to get through all those levels. But anyways, that's going to be the third piece of today's content in the third and fourth hours of today's stream. So let's go ahead and move on to the first thing we're going to be covering today, and that's going to be HackerFrogs After School, network hacking session number 4. So let's get started. This is the 4th session for network hacking, and let's go over the concepts we covered in the previous session. So before we move on to today's topics, let's talk about what we learned in the last class. So we talked about directory busting. Directory busting, otherwise known as dir busting, is the act of determining what endpoints, which files and directories exist on a web app, by trying to access those web points. This is a type of brute force attack. We learned 3 different tools to learn about directory busting. The first thing we learned about was the dirb tool. And the dirb tool is an older directory busting tool, and it's very good it's a good first program to run on web servers because it has very simple syntax, and it can sometimes pick up on some very interesting endpoints. The second tool that we learned was the Nicto tool, and the Nicto tool is a web app vulnerability scanner which attempts to ID insecure configurations in general web app settings. So we learned about that tool, and the last tool we learned about in the last session was the GoBuster tool. The GoBuster tool is a much more powerful directory busting tool than dirb. However, its command syntax is much more complex. So GoBuster is a typical tool that you see web app security testers use when they're trying to, web app security testers and network security testers when they're trying to determine what endpoints are available on a target. Okay, so what are we covering today? So this session we're going to be talking about something completely different. We're going to be talking about reverse shells and bind shells. But first, we're going to talk about what is remote shell access. We're going to be talking about reverse shells. We're going to be talking about the limitation of netcat shells, which a lot of reverse shells start off as netcat shells, especially when we're doing our easy networking CTF exercises. And we're also going to be talking about bind shells at the very end. Okay, so we're talking about remote shell access. So what is this? A remote shell is a command line interface that is a CLI, and this is access to a remote server. When we say remote server, we just mean a computer on the network that is not our computer. This allows OS commands to be run through the remote shell. Typically, remote shell access is gained through programs like SSH, but security testers typically use other programs to establish remote shell access, such as netcat. So remote shell access is, we usually use a secure program such as SSH when we're doing it legitimately, but when we're doing it through nefarious means, that is security tester means, we usually we're usually using improvised programs such as netcat. So we're going to be accessing a Tryhackme room to learn about remote shell access, and this is the room that we're going to be accessing. I will provide that to everybody in chat. There you go. And let's go ahead and access this over at Tryhackme over here. So let's see. Pieka says, "You're great. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks for the content. Thank you for watching the content." All right, so let me simulate what it's like to access the room for the first time. Okay, so after you've logged into Tryhackme, and if you don't have an account over at Tryhackme, you can make an account over at Tryhackme for free, and you just need to go over here to Tryhackme and create an account over there. The account, you don't need to pay for an account. You could use a free account to access this material. So what does the room look like when you first access it? So after you've logged into Tryhackme, then after coming to this page, you're going to see a Join Room button. So the Join Room button, this is going to let you have access to the rest of the materials on this web page here. So you can go ahead and click on the green Join Room button, and that's going to give you access to the rest of the materials in the room. So we're not exactly going to be covering the materials in the room, but we're going to be using this the machine that is associated with this room to do our remote access tutorial. So you can go ahead and click on, so under task number 1, you want to click on the green Start Machine button. So go ahead and click on it. And that's going to start up a virtual machine in a split view over here. So we're going to be creating more than one virtual machine to do this challenge, or to do the tutorial today. So once you've clicked on the green Start Machine button and you've got the loading bar over here, I want you to go up to the top of the web page, and I want you to click on this button over here that's located below the icon. It's labeled Start Attack Box. Go ahead and click on that. And that's going to start up another virtual machine that we're going to be using. And what we're going to be doing today is we're going to have the two virtual machines talking to each other through reverse shell connections. We'll talk about how to do this in a little bit, but first of all, we need to wait for these machines to initialize. It's going to take about 2 minutes for that to happen. So while we're waiting for this, we're going to be talking about some of the concepts we're going to be covering in today's lesson. So over here, so first of all, we're talking about Linux shell programs. So for Linux, there are a few common shell programs, but the most typical ones are bash and sh. So we're working completely inside of Linux today, and there are different shell programs for Windows as well, but for today, we're going to be talking about Linux. So typical shell programs include bash and sh. There are additional shell programs out there, but for the purposes of today's class, we're just going to talk about these two. So I just happen to have a shell prompt over here, and so this is a shell prompt. Let's just, we're going to echo, this is a shell prompt, okay? And we've got another terminal with a bash shell over here. Big Man Ting on YouTube says, please, I MIA, missing in action. I'm not too sure what you mean, Big Man Ting, but nice to see you here. Why don't we give you a, why don't you give you the Hack the Planet?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
So this is a, Big Man Ting says, please, I missed the point. How do you set up the two virtual machines? Okay, let me go over that one more time. So over on Tryhackme, what you do is, first of all, you go over to the to this room over here, and this is the link over here. You click on task number 1, and then you click on the green Start Machine button over here. After you've clicked on the green Start Machine button, it turns gray, and then you go up to the top of the page, and then you click on the Start Attack Box button. It's usually located down here, but because we've already started the attack box, the button is missing, but there's going to be a, if you haven't started the attack box, there's going to be a Start Attack Box button underneath this area over here. Go ahead and click on that, and then you should have your 2 virtual machines running over here. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about these shells. So the sh shell and the bash shell. Where are we? Here? Okay. So in a typical network environment, shell servers open ports to be configured for connected to remote shell access, and this is fine for legitimate shell access. Normally, your local host, which is your device, will connect to the remote host, which is the remote computer, to create the remote shell access. However, network security testers find it easier to have the remote host connect to their local host, creating what is called a reverse shell connection. So this is what we mean when we talk about reverse shells. So let's go ahead and try to set this up. We're gonna set this up over at Tryhackme. So now that we have our 2 virtual machines working, what we're gonna do is, first of all, we're gonna go to this desktop over here, and this is the THM Carnage machine. You can go ahead and click on that tab, and then you want to go to the middle of the screen and then down to the bottom, and we're going to put this in full screen. So we can do that by clicking on this button over here. It looks like 2 arrows pointing away from each other, and this is going to put the desktop in its own web browser tab. Okay, and then what we're going to do is we're going to go back to the Tryhackme webpage, and then we're going to click on THM Attack Box. We're going to click on that link, and that's going to open up the Attack Box virtual machine, and we can click into the terminal and hit enter to dismiss the terminal, and we're going to put this in full screen view as well. So we can go ahead and go down to the bottom and then click on this button, View in Full Screen. And that's going to put this attack box in its own browser tab as well. So you're going to have 3 different Tryhackme tabs. You're going to have this one with the web page for Carnage, and we're going to have 1 full screen for the attack box over here, and we're going to have 1 full screen for the Carnage machine. So you can tell which one is the Carnage machine because it has this white banner over here that says Tryhackme. And so ideally, what we want to do is we want to take a look at both of these virtual machines at the same time, and we can actually set it up like this. So we're going to pull off our web browser, and we're going to put these into different browser panes. So I'm going to take my tab, and I'm going to put it outside. Okay, and this is the attack box desktop. I'm going to make it about half as large. Okay, and then we're going to take the Carnage machine, which is over here, and we're also going to take it off of the web browser, and we're going to paste it over here. And then we're going to make this half as large as well. Okay, so let's see. So the everything else, we've got it over here, and I think we can minimize this right now. Okay, so what we have here now is we've got the Carnage machine over here, and the attack box over here. We're going to create two terminals to work with. So in the attack box over here, whoops, we're going to click on one of the terminal shortcut icons. So there's one here, there's one here, and there's one here. So we're just going to click on one of these, and then that's going to create the terminal. We can make the terminal nice and big by doing the Control-Shift+ keyboard shortcut. Okay, so that's nice and big. And we're going to go over to the Carnage desktop, and we're going to do the same thing. So in the Carnage desktop, there's one desktop terminal icon over here. So it is up in the corner, in the upper left. Go ahead and click on it, and that's going to create a terminal. So we're going to make this terminal a little bit bigger as well. Okay. So we've got our two terminals over here, and let's talk about. Ooh, this is it's a bit difficult to for me to work with. Hold on. What were we talking about? So we're talking about reverse shells. So the reason why we want to create a reverse shell, which is a shell in which the remote host contacts the local host, is because there are several advantages to this. So reverse shells are often preferable because they can bypass certain restrictions in the remote host environment. So if the remote host environment has a firewall, a reverse shell can bypass the firewall. And if the remote host has port deny lists, so there are only certain ports that are allowed to have incoming traffic for this particular remote host, a reverse shell can also bypass those kind of restrictions as well. So that's why we prefer reverse shells. Okay, so let's demonstrate how to create the reverse shell now. So we're going to minimize this, and for the purposes of this demonstration, the Carnage machine over here, this is going to be the remote host, and the attack box over here, this is going to be the local host. Okay, so what we want to do is, first of all, we need to set up a netcat listener on the local host. So the local host is the attack box, and we can set up a listener by doing this over here. So we're going to do netcat NLVP. So NLVP is no DNS lookup, listening, verbose, and P for port number. And we're going to set up a listening port on port 8888 on the local host. So why is it going funny? Okay, so we can go ahead and hit enter, and we've got a listener on our local host now. Okay, so after that, we're going to go over to our remote host over here, and in the remote host, we're going to create a connection to the local host. So the remote host is going to make a connection to the local host, and we're going to get access that way. Okay, so what we want to do on the remote host is this. So usually, if we can also use netcat to create the connection to the local host, but this isn't always possible. So please bear that in mind. When we give this netcat command, we need to give the IP address of the localhost computer. So luckily for these Tryhackme machines, they've got the localhost IP address in their prompt. So it's going to be 10.10.204.87. For you, it's going to be some other number, but go ahead and do netcat and then 10.10 and then your IP address over here. So it's not just this, you also have to execute something when you connect. And in this case, we're going to create a bash connection. We're going to create a bash shell when we connect to this machine using that cat. So we can go ahead and give this command. And it looks like it didn't work. Okay, I think the reason why it didn't work is because netcat is not configured to use the -e, but we can get around this by using BusyBox. So BusyBox, this seems a little bit more complicated, but BusyBox is a little program in Linux that has a bunch of other programs inside of it. including netcat. So we can run busybox netcat instead, and we're going to create the connection to 104.87 and then execute bash. So after we do that, cannot connect to remote host, connection refused. That's funny. Okay, what we can do is we can try another method of creating the connection over here. So we're going to try using bash. So we're going to do bash interactive the dev TCP 10.10.204.87 on port 8888, and then output standard in to standard out. Okay, so now we're connected. Pebble says missing the port. Was I missing the port? Oh, I was missing the port. Pebble is keeping me honest. Oh yeah, okay. So the reason why this first one didn't work was because I forgot to include a port number. So remember, this connection over here creates a listener on port 8888. If we don't specify the port, then we're not going to be able to do the connection. So like I say, everybody, if you can't spell, you can't hack. Big Man Ting, please, do you need to put up IP ton 0? IP ton 0, if you're connected via VPN, then you might be using ton 0, but I'm pretty sure we're not using ton 0 in this case, because we're using two machines on the same network. We're using ETH 0. But if you're using ton 0, then you need to use the IP address of your local host on ton 0. Okay, so we're now connected to the Ubuntu machine over here, which is the remote host. We're no longer using our local host here. Let me go ahead and clear this. So if we ask for our user ID, we are now the Ubuntu user. So keep in mind that we were the Ubuntu user over at the over the remote host as well. Big Man Ting asks, what is the format used to get the connection? Okay, so to create the connection, let me break the connection and then I'll demonstrate one more time. Okay, so to set up the connection on your local host, you need to set up netcat in -nlvp and then a port number. It doesn't need to be port 8888, obviously, but you do need to supply some sort of port number that is not being used. And then on your remote host, you would use some sort of command that's going to create a connection. So I forgot to put my netcat over there with the port number. Anyways, let's go ahead and use netcat this time. So in netcat, there are a bunch of different commands you can use to create remote connections. This is just one example. And this is just an example. You need to substitute in your own IP addresses here. So first of all, you need to set up your listener device. So on the local host, we use netcat to set up the listener device. And then on the remote host, we're going to have the remote host connect to the local host using this command over here. Okay, so I think, yeah, this really doesn't work because it wasn't created with the -e. Let me try the busybox one. The busybox one might work. Okay, so the busybox command here does work. Let me copy this command for everybody. There you go. So it's basically the same command as the previous one, except we're putting busybox in front of it. So now we're connected. Now the connection has been made to the remote host on the local host here. We ask, who am I? It says we are the Ubuntu user. Okay, so we now have the reverse shell connection. So let's talk a little bit, now that we've created the reverse shell connection, let's talk a little bit about the limitations of netcat shells. So we used netcat as a listener to catch the reverse shell connection, and this is going to give us a netcat shell. So there are several disadvantages of using netcat shells. Let's talk about them right now. So the limitation of netcat shells. So in network CTF environments, reverse shells are often created with netcat, but netcat shells are functionally limited compared to standard shells. So if you take a look at the capabilities of the bash shell, a regular bash shell, and then you take a look at the capabilities of the netcat shell, you're going to see that there's a lot of stuff that's missing in these netcat shells. So you can't do tab autocomplete in the netcat shell. You can't do command history in the netcat shell. You can't do command line editing in the netcat shell. You can't do interactive commands in the netcat shell. And if you do Control C, you cannot use this regularly because that's going to break the netcat shell. But as for the bash shell, it can do all of these things. So let me demonstrate. So over here, we've got our reverse shell connection, and I'm going to type something. Who am I? This is some command. But if I try to do we can backspace. We can backspace, that's okay. But we can't do the left and right arrows to go into the command and start editing it. It just gives us this character over here. That's because netcat shells don't have this capability. So in addition, if we wanted to use tab autocomplete to look at the documents folder, so lsla docu, and then we use tab autocomplete, it's not going to do anything. Big Man Ting says, thank you very much. I've been struggling to escalate privilege using this method. I only perfected the meta. Okay, the way now I know. Thanks. Thank you. Yeah, thanks, Big Man Ting. If you're learning, I'm happy. Another thing that you can't do is you can't clear the screen with the clear command because it doesn't have the oh, for some okay, so here it does work, but normally you wouldn't be able to clear the screen because the terminal is usually kind of messed up when you create a netcat shell. Okay, so let's go ahead and what else can't we do? We can't use terminal text. Normally, we can't use terminal text editors using. Oh, we've got a ad break on Twitch right now. So when ad breaks happen on Twitch, I also run an ad on YouTube, and I put on the birds. So everybody, if your favorite part of the stream is when you get to see birds, now's the time. Okay, so this is a great red-eyed bird. It's a spotted towhee. I'm going to take a little water break, and we'll be back in about a minute. Pieka says, "Do you do birding?" I don't do a lot of birding. I just have a bird feeder in the backyard, and I film the birds coming and going and eating stuff. Sometimes I catch some good footage of the birds acting cute or or eating a lot, or sometimes I see them fighting. It's some fun, and it lets me share the birds with other people over here, which is something I like. All right, so we've got about 10 seconds of break left, so let me put the birds away. Pieka says, congrats on the content. You should make courses on Udemy or another platform. You have extreme potential. Thank you very much. I'm just I'm sticking to Twitch and I'm sticking to YouTube right now, and let's see where the channel goes in the future. But thank you very much for the compliment. All right, so what's going on here? So we can't do tab autocomplete. Normally, we also can't do interactive shells, but here we can do interactive. Actually, no. This isn't interactive, so this doesn't count as an interactive thing. Okay, but another thing that we can't do inside of these netcat shells is normally we can't access the terminal text editor. So if I use nano, I think it's because the terminal has already been set up on this end that we can't actually use nano, but it's not. Oh, okay. That's a bit screwy because we can't use the yeah. So suffice it to say, there's a lot of things we can't do inside of these netcat shells. So what we can do is we can try to upgrade our netcat shells, and let's talk about how to upgrade our netcat shells. So over here, so we often use Python to upgrade netcat shells. So if a server has Python on it, it can be used to spawn what is called a pseudo terminal. So we use Python's PTY module, and the PTY module has a function that can spawn a pseudo terminal, and in this case we can spawn a bash terminal, and it's going to be slightly more functional than the regular netcat terminal. Let me demonstrate. Actually, yeah, no, let's demonstrate. Okay, so over here we need to figure out which version of Python is being used, so we can do the which Python and the which Python 3 command. We can also do the which Python 2 command, and what we need to do is we need to find out which version of Python is being used. So if we spot Python 3 being used, we can use Python 3. So it would be Python 3 and then -c for run this command. We import pty and then we terminate that. pty.spawn, this is a function, bin bash, and then finish the function and then close the quote, and then we're going to see that we have a more functional terminal now because we created a Python pseudo terminal. So we have an actual terminal prompt over here. Ask who am I, we are Ubuntu, and let's see, what else can we do? Let's talk about the added functionality we get from using the Python bash shell. So this gives the netcat shell a little bit more functionality. So tab autocomplete, we still don't have that. We don't have command history. We do have command line editing now. We should be able to deal with interactive commands using the pseudo terminal, but we still can't use the Control-C for anything. So let's go ahead and go back. So now we still can't move back, and we still can't edit inside the line over there. But we should be able to do interactive commands now. So if we wanted to become the root user, we would need to do the password. So previously, before we created the Python 3 pseudo terminal, we wouldn't be able to do this interactive prompt here. And we get authentication failure. Okay, let's exit from the Python shell, and then let's try to do the interactive command here. So we see that the interactive command has appeared on this side. This is a bit wacky. And then it's going to come back on the other side here, or maybe it isn't. But anyways, it doesn't work because the terminal, the shell doesn't allow that, and it actually looks like it becomes stuck over here. We got authentication failure. Are we able to give the commands on this side now? Okay, so we can come back from this, but normally we wouldn't be able to see this side over here. So it's a bit strange. Okay, so let's talk a little bit before we finish up. We're going to be talking about bind shells. So you hear about reverse shells, and reverse shells are the most common ways of connecting to a remote server, but we'll also talk about bind shells. So bind shells are, well, let's talk about it. So the alternative to reverse shells is bind shells. So bind shells are where an open port is created on the remote host that allows the local host to contact it for access. So in this case, we would have the local host, which is our attack box. We would create a connection to a listener that's already established on the remote host. So OreoByte says rev shells with E is okay, but they removed the E option in Netcat. So Netcat, you'll find that Netcat on most modern installations of Linux have the E option disabled, but you can use a website like revshells.com, and this is a place where you can craft your different reverse shell payloads, and they've got a bunch of different options for this. So let's see, we've got reverse shells, we got bind shells, we got Windows stuff. There's the link in case you were looking for it. Let's see, Big Man Tank says, can you help me with the Python commands, please? OreoByte asks, unless you're using standalone binary of NC that still has the E option. So it depends on, most of the time the E option is going to be disabled, but in that case you can use a different reverse shell payload command. But Big Man Ting was asking about the Python command. Let me go ahead and get that for you. Actually, so the Python command is going to be python-c. Actually, in this case, it's python3-c import pty and then semicolon pty.spawn, and then in the parentheses and the double quotes bin bash, like this. Let me grab this and I'll paste it into chat. There you go. Okay, when we give the command, we have an upgraded Netcat shell. So there is a method of upgrading your shell even more. We might go over it if we've got some extra time at the end of today's lesson, but let's talk about bind shells. Whoops. Where are we? Here? Okay. So bind shells are where you got your local host, and the local host is going to connect to the remote host. So this is actually the way you do it when you're connecting via SSH. Your local host will connect to the remote host, and the remote host is going to have some sort of listening port. So unfortunately, there are reasons why we don't use bind shells when we're doing these networking CTF exercises, and we're going to go over that in just right now. So one important reason why bind shells are avoided is because they expose an open port to the network which any device could connect to. So this is especially dangerous when the remote host is exposed to the internet. And if the remote host opens up a port that is exposed to the internet, then all sorts of automated bots are going to try to connect to that port on that host. And that could be a very, very, very bad thing, especially if you're talking about an actual live environment. But it doesn't really happen in these educational environments. But yeah, you don't want to expose open ports on a machine unless you absolutely have to. Okay, so let's go ahead and establish this bind shell. So over on the machine, we're going to break our connections. Okay. So now we've got our attack box over here, and we've got our remote host over here, and we're going to open up an open port on the remote host for the local host to connect to. So how do we do that? So if you want to learn a few different ways to do these bind shells, you can do that over at the RevShells website over here. So reverse shell generator, you can click on bind, and it's going to teach you a few different commands you can use to create bind shells. on Linux. So there's a Python 3 version, there's a PHP version, there's a Netcat version, and there's a Perl version. So we're gonna use the Netcat version over here, and I've got. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, Dante444. Thank you very much. Why don't you have a Nyancat on me? Okay, so we've got our remote host over here. Dante444 says, "Yeah, the Nyancat. Awesome, awesome, awesome." Okay, so we're going to paste in the command over here. It's a pretty involved command, but it's basically using netcat and named pipes to create the bind shell. So the bind shell is going to be created by using netcat named pipes over here, and it's going to create a. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, CyberCruise0375. Thank you very much. And why don't you have a hack the planet? There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
Okay, so we're gonna run the command. Did we? Hold on. Let me get out of here. Oh, my terminal has become unresponsive. Let's get rid of this terminal and let's open up a new one. Okay, so let's make this terminal nice and big, and then let's paste in the command. Okay, so I think the command has already been run here. So let me check to make sure that the port is listening. So there is a port listening on port 888 now, 8888. So the bind shell, the listener has been created over here. So the second step after the bind shell, after the listener has been created on the remote port, is to go to the local host and then connect to it. So we're going to do netcat and then the IP address. So the IP address of this machine over here is 10.10.976. Yours might be different. 10.10.976 on port 8888. And we're going to execute bash when we connect to it. So this is the command we're giving right here. So anybody who's interested, this is the command we use to create the bind shell on the remote host. And this is the command we use to connect to. Oh, that doesn't work. Let's try it with BusyBox. Hold on. Oh, no. We don't need to. Okay. We don't need to do the -e bash when we connect to it from the local host. Anyways, let's set up the listener one more time. Thank you very much for following, Pinkaloon. Pinkaloon, thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a War Games? There you go.
We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Okay, well, let's continue. Okay, so we've got the netcat listener on 8888 on the remote host, and then we do netcat to the remote host IP address, which is 10.10.976 on port 8888. After we do that, we're now connected. So we ask, who am I? We are the Ubuntu user. So previously we were the root user on the attack box. Now we're the Ubuntu user on the remote host over here. Okay, so now we've got our bind shell connection. And remember, there are reasons why we don't like to use bind shells. Bind shells might not be available because of firewall rules or port, let's see, our incoming port connection rules as well. And the other important reason why we wouldn't use bind shells is because creating a bind shell connection exposes a listening port to the network, which can be connected to from any device, not just your local host, but anybody else's device on the network, which is potentially really bad. But let's talk about how to upgrade our shell at this point. So this is a little bit extra, but like I said before, there are limitations to these netcat shells, such as you can't really move inside of the terminal over here, and we can actually get around that by upgrading the shell using a couple of capabilities on the localhost system. So what we're going to do first is we're going to upgrade our shell partially by using Python first. So there's Python 3 on this box here. So we're going to run Python 3 and import pty.spawn. So the reason I know how to do this command is because I've done this command hundreds of times. So every time you do one of these CTF boxes, at some point you usually get some kind of netcat shell connection, and then you upgrade it using Python. So I've typed this command countless number of times, so that's why I don't need to look it up when I do it. Anyways, we've upgraded our shell slightly, and we're going to try to upgrade our shell completely by doing the following commands. So first of all, we're going to background this process with Control Z. So after that, we're no longer connected to the remote host. We're now using the local host here. So from there, I'm going to use stty-a to get some configurations. So we see here that we've got rows 22, columns 58. We're going to use this to help upgrade our shell. And then we're going to do stty raw minus echo to pipe the output of the terminal through we're going to pipe to the remote terminal shell the output from the localhost's shell. So we do this command, and then we foreground to go back to the previous process. After that, we can export shell equals bash, and then export term equals xterm 256 color, and then we give rows 22, columns 58 to stty. Rows 22, columns 58. And now we should have a xterm 256 color unknown terminal type. Hold on. Let me get the terminal. Xterm 256 color. Why does it say Xterm 256 color unknown terminal type? That's a bit odd. Anyways, so from here we should be able to do terminal text editors. So we can do nano. The terminal got Defus says 256 after. Oh, I typed it in wrong. Okay. Okay. Let me get that terminal one more time. So oh, the dash is after, right? Xterm 256 dash color. Xterm 256. Hold on. Export term equals xterm, was it? Let me look this up. Xterm 256. Okay. Xterm dash 256 color. Like this? Okay. Sorry, you don't get to hack if you don't spell everything correctly. All right, so now we have a fully upgraded terminal, and we can do terminal text editors, and we can do Control C is not going to break our terminal now, and we can move around inside of our terminal, inside of our command line. So this is all good. We have a fully functioning terminal now. All right, so let's before we finish out today's lesson, if you have any questions about any of the commands that we did. Femyuki says we're missing some background music today, so I don't usually run the background music for the HackerFrogs after school session, but we'll be putting on the music in a little bit afterwards. Oh, I missed a message from Ariobyte. Says netcat bind with make FIFO fork. Yeah. So we did the so this is how we created the bind shell over here. This is netcat with a named pipes fork. So basically we create a named pipe called F over here, and then we pipe all of our input and output through it. And that's how we created our bind shell over here. Okay, so let's go ahead and just talk about do a brief summary of what we learned today before we finish out today's class. So what is remote shell access? Remote shell is a command line interface, access to a remote server. Remember, a remote server is a computer on the network that is not your computer or not your device. This allows OS commands to be run through the remote shell. So reverse shell access is where a listening port is created on the local host or your computer, and the connection that is established by the remote host connecting to that port. So the remote host connects back to you, and that's why we call it a reverse shell. So a regular shell is where the local host contacts the remote host and creates a connection. So, and the bind shell, this is a type of access that is created when the remote host opens a networking port, which is then connected to by the local host. There are a bunch of reasons why it's not recommended to use bind shells, including stuff like security and the likelihood that it's going to fail because of stuff like firewalls and port ingress settings and stuff like that. But that's going to be it for today's lesson. Gaming PTY says, saying hi, teacher. Thank you very much for coming by, Gaming PTY. And why don't you have one of these redeems? How about a frog song? Okay, so that was reverse shells and bind shells and remote shell access. So what's next? So in the next HackerFrogs After School Networking Hacking Workshop, we're going to be learning how to crack password hashes. So if you're able to get somebody's password, it's not usually going to be in the form of a plain text password. Instead, it's going to be in the form of what is called a password hash. And in the next lesson, what we're going to do is we're going to learn how to crack those password hashes to get the original password. So that's going to be on Friday. Today's Wednesday, so the next session is going to be on Friday. Please look forward to that. And with that, that is the end of today's HackerFrog After School session. So we're not ending the stream because we've got 3 pieces of content today. And for the second piece of today's content, we're going to be doing a demonstration on how to do web app hacking. So it's Web App Hacking Wednesday, my dudes. And let's go ahead and talk about that. So to anybody who doesn't know, Natas is a web app hacking set of challenges, and you can access it over at this website right here, overthewire.com, overthewire.org rather, and then /wargrams/Natas. So we've done a few of these demonstrations before. Big Man Ting says, thank you so much. Thank you very much for coming by, Big Man Ting. It's people, well, I do it for all the people who watch. MC25 says, unlurk. Thank you very much for coming by, MC25. And let's put on some music. So Femyuki says that we should be putting on some music, so we will do just that. Let's put on some music from the Valhalla soundtrack. It's a great little indie game, and it's got a really good soundtrack. So as usual, if you think that the music is too loud, let me know. I'm going to adjust the volume for that right now. Pieka says, I was just trying Natas today. Yeah. Well, I hope you're having fun with Natas. It's a great series of challenges, and you can learn a lot from them. So we're going to be starting with Natas level 5 today. I think that's where we left off when we did our last little series of tutorials. Let's see. So this is Natas level 5, and let's go ahead and access that. So it's going to be Natas level 5 over here. So everybody, hold on. I want everybody to help us out. MC25 thought we made it to level 11 or 15. So we're doing two different sets of Natas exercises. We're doing one as a demonstration, and we're doing one as a challenge. So for the challenges, we got up to level 15. So we're going to be starting off with level 16 when we do our challenges. And the challenges are going to come in about an hour or so. We're going to do our challenges in an hour or so, but for the demonstrations, we're starting from level 5. So this is the level we're going to be accessing. And let me get the username and password for everybody. So what you want to do is you want to go over to that website, and you want to use this username and this password. Like this. Okay, so for every one of these demonstration levels, I need to do a little YouTube intro and outro as well. I hope everybody is okay with that. Alright, so everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Natas 5 level from overthewire.org. And the first thing we need to do is we need to access the level. And to access the level, we need to stop and take an ad break. Okay, so we're taking an ad break on Twitch right now. So everybody on YouTube will also get an ad. And we're going to put some birds on while I take a little water break. So please enjoy the birds. There you go. And I'm just going to have a little bit of water. We'll be back in about a minute. So during the breaks is a great time to ask any questions you might have. If you have any questions about cybersecurity or about what we're learning today or anything else, go ahead and leave those in the chat. Hopefully nothing too off topic, but we do allow some off topic chatter as well. All right, so the ad break is going to be ending in about 10 seconds. Let's put the birds away and let's get on with our demonstration. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to supply the username and the password over here. So the username is going to be Natas5, and remember, we need to make sure that we're accessing the right level, so it should say Natas5 up here, and we need to supply the password. Remember, for each one of these levels, you need to keep track of your own passwords. I've got my passwords over here in my handy-dandy file. We're going to paste in the password here, and then we're going to click on Sign In. Okay, so what's going on this level? So in the web app, we see this message over here. Access disallowed. you are not logged in. So the big question here is what determines whether you're logged in or not? So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to inspect the web page, and of course we can inspect the web page source code by right-clicking and then clicking on the View Page Source option over here. So right-click and then View Page Source. Okay, we're going to see that there's nothing really here in the source code that tells us that we're not logged in. So what are we talking about here? We're going to be talking about a concept that's very important to web pages, and that's cookies. Hold on, let me... Okay, so this is Natas level 5, and we're going to be talking about the HTTP cookie header. Goldenway says, hello Goldenway, nice to see you on YouTube. Welcome, welcome. And why don't you have a Hack the Planet? Here you go. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in.
So another extremely common HTTP header is the cookie header, which is used to retain user settings or establish or maintain a user session on a website. Golden White says, I'm new here, boss. You don't need to call me boss, but welcome to the stream, and I hope you can learn a lot here. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat. I'm happy to answer them. For example, a website has a button on its user preferences page, which selects the web page background color for the website. So this is an example of a cookie. Once the color is selected, the web server will send a cookie to the web browser to be used anytime the web page is visited, changing the web page's background colors to whatever is specified in the cookie. So the cookie is going to save certain settings, and this is actually what user session cookies are. It saves the user session inside of the cookie. So similarly, when a user successfully logs into a website, the web server will send the web browser a cookie that identifies which user session is being used, and that browser will use that cookie each time the website is accessed. Any cookie that is used for user sessions has the potential for security abuse, so it is important that the cookie values created for user sessions are not predictable at all. So this is the important part. It's okay to use cookies to establish user sessions. It's just that the valid values for those cookies have to be very difficult to determine, otherwise they can be abused. Okay, so let's go ahead and take a look at the cookies. So over at Natas level 5, we can actually access cookies from the web browser. So this isn't something that people know too much about. They do know about cookies, and they've heard a lot about cookies being used to track people's activities across the web. But we can access the cookies for any particular website by going over to this button over here in the upper right portion of the web browser, and then you can click into a button called More Tools, and then from there you can access Web Developer Tools. So every browser is going to be a little bit different. I'm currently using Firefox, and the way you access Web Developer Tools from Firefox is a little bit different than the way you access it in Google Chrome or any other browser, but they're all going to be kind of similar. So click on Web Developer Tools, and then from there you're going to see a bunch of different tabs over here. So there's an inspector tab, a debugger tab, etc., etc. But the one that we want to access is the storage tab. So we need to locate the storage tab over here and then click on it. And then we need to click on the cookies, the cookies tab. So storage, and then down here to cookies. And under cookies, there should be a URL that's associated with the Natas webpage. So it's Natas 5. We're going to click into that, and then we're going to see 3 cookies in here. So these first 2 cookies, these are Google cookies, and I'm not too sure what these Google cookies are doing. They're probably tracking something or other. But there's also this logged in cookie over here with a value of 0. So we were talking about how the valid cookie values should not be predictable. And if we see a value of 0, we can kind of guess that the valid cookie value for the logged in cookie would be 1. Because in programming, 0 is equal to false and 1 is equal to true. So we can go ahead and double click in here, and then we can change the value of the cookie. So we're just going to type in 1 and hit enter, and that's going to change the value of the logged in cookie here. And so after that, we can reload the web page, and it's going to use the value of the new cookie instead of the previous one. Okay, so after that, it says access granted. The password for Natas 6 is this thing right here. So we can copy this, and this is going to be the password for the next level. So for everybody who's keeping track, that's what we're looking for. So before we finish off this level, let's take a look at what exactly was the problem with the security on this website. So over here, for this level, let me make this bigger. So the username was Natas5, the password was this. The web vulnerability in this case was insecure valid cookie values. And the method of solving this level was to modify the logged in cookie so that it returns true, or rather that the value is 1. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for the level Natas 5 over at overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. So Jake Mr. Hack says hello, 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 Jake Mr. Hack. Nice to see you here, everybody. We're not leaving. We're not finishing. I just need to record my YouTube outros for my for the videos I'm going to make later. Thank you very much for following Rock2425A. Thank you very much. How are you? Says Jake Mr. Hack. I'm doing okay. I'm just giving a little demonstration on how to do these web app security levels. All right, so everybody, let's do a Hack the Planet for the people new to the channel.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, so we're going to start our next level in just a little bit. And in case anybody wants to follow along, this is going to be the URL for the next level. And this is going to be the username and password. Jake Mr. Hacks asks, is that Hack the Box? No, this is overthewire.org. So you can go ahead and go to that webpage and log in, and we're going to be solving these web app hacking challenges. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Natas level 6 from overthewire.org. So the first thing we need to do is we need to log into Natas level 6. We can adjust the number in the address bar here, and then access Natas level 6. It's going to ask us for a username and password. Jake Mr. Hacks asks, is the challenge cryptography? This is not cryptography challenge. These are all web app security challenges because this is Wednesday and we do web app stuff on Wednesday. Today is Web App Wednesday. Okay, so let me copy the password. So the username is going to be Natas6 because this is the level Natas 6. Natas 6 is the username. The password we got from the previous level. We need to paste that in and then click on sign in. And we need to take a look at what is going on this web page. So this is the landing page for Natas level 6. And we see here that on the web page, we've got a field for input secret. And we have a button over here that says submit query. So what we can do is we can click into here and we can just give some sort of test string, and then we can click on submit query to see what happens. So it says wrong secret. So it looks like we need to give the right secret in order to get something special from the web app here. So this is the beginning of a series of challenges where you can see the source code for the application. So we've got this special button over here, which is called View Source Code. So we're going to go ahead and click on that. And we're going to see all of the source code that was used to create this application over here. So let's take a look at what's going on in the source code. Okay, so what this is PHP code. The reason why we can tell that this is that the language being used here is PHP is because of these brackets right here. So PHP, I think PHP is the only language that uses these type of brackets to begin and end their code. So it's the bracket question mark and the question mark bracket. If there are any other languages that use these, let us know in the comments. And what are we talking about here? Let's see. Okay. So before we move on to what we're talking about today, let's do a little bit of a HTTP lesson. So we're talking about HTTP methods today. All HTTP requests are made with what is called an HTTP method, sometimes called an HTTP verb. Web pages send the browser different content depending on which HTTP method is used. So if you send a web page a GET request, it's not necessarily going to give you the same information it would is if you sent it a POST request and vice versa. The most common HTTP methods are the GET and POST methods. The GET method is usually used to retrieve web page contents, and the POST method is used to send information to the website or the web page. In Natas 6, what we're doing is source code analysis. So this is the code for the web app here, and this web app leaves its source code exposed. So this is actually something that you might see when you're doing security testing. Security testers often ask the developers for the source code for their web app in order to do source code analysis and identify potential security problems. So this web app leaves its source code exposed, and we can analyze it to determine the proper passphrase. We need to find a passphrase for this web app. So we see that there's no secret variable defined in this code, but there is another file referenced as indicated by the include keyword. So over here, this is the code for the web app, and if array key exists, submit post. So if we post something to the web page, and whatever data we send to it, that's going to be called the submit over here. It's going to compare if the secret variable is equal to whatever was inside the post request, then it's going to print access granted, the password for Natas 7 is this. So otherwise it's going to print wrong secret. Jake Mr. Hack says, ink, how do we read? So we're going to talk about that in just a second. So here, there's no secret variable defined in the code. So we don't know what variable it's going to be comparing our input to, but there is this include keyword over here, and it includes this include/secret.inc file endpoint. So the .inc file extension, this is PHP compatible, so this might have the PHP code we're looking for and the secret variable. So what we can do, if we navigate to the indicated endpoint, we can see when we inspect the HTTP source, the secret variable that was referenced in the web app code. So let's go ahead and do that. So in here, we've got this endpoint, includes secret.inc. We're going to copy this, and then we're going to tag this onto the end of the Natas 6 web page. So in the address bar, we're going to do overthewire.org/includes/secret.inc. when we access this page, we're going to see it's blank. So from here, what we need to do is we need to take a look at the source code. We can right click and then view page source. After that, we're going to see this code right here. So we can tell this is PHP code as well because of the bracket question mark, the question mark bracket, and there's only one thing in this file. So it's this variable in here called secret, and its value is equal to this. So this is the secret that we need to give to the web app. So we can go ahead and copy this, and then we can go back. We can go back to the landing page for Natas level 6, and in the secret input secret field over here, we're going to paste in the secret that we just got, and we're going to submit the query. After that, it says, access granted, the password for Natas 7 is this. So we can go ahead and copy this password, and then we can record this password to get access to the next level. So it's going to be this. Okay, so before we finish off the level, let's take a look at what we learned in this level here. It is Natas level 6. So the username is Natas6, the password is this. The web vulnerability in this case is source code disclosure. Sensitive data could be accessed. So in this case, they gave us the source code, so we can't really blame them for that. But the method of solve for this level was look at the source code in the link, identify the PHP file included in the code, and then read the secret in the included file. So that's what we just did. Alright, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for Natas level 6 from overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out! Alright everybody, don't leave. We're just talking about what we need to record for the YouTube videos. Alright, so we're going to go over to the next level. The next level is Natas level 7. Okay, so let's go ahead and start the next level. Jake Mr. Hack says HHH, not too sure what that means. Could you elaborate? Thank you. Alright, let's do a bit of cleanup. Alright everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for Natas level 7 from overthewire.org. So the first thing we need to do when we start one of these challenges is to actually access the page in question. Remember that the username for Natas level 7 is going to be Natas7, and the password is going to be the password you got from the last level. It's important to keep track of these passwords because if you do not, you will not be able to access the level. Okay, so what do we find on this landing page here? So on the landing page, we've got two links. So we've got home and we've got about. So if we click on the home link over here, we're going to see that the address bar or the URL is changed, and the URL address bar now has a parameter called page equals home. So before we talk about what's actually going on in this web app, let's talk a little bit about these URL parameters. So URL parameters. URL parameters are variables attached to the end of URLs. So this is the URL over here, and this is the end of the URL with the URL parameter. They can be identified by the question mark directly after the web page, or the directory name, followed by the parameter key, name, and then the equal sign, and then the value. So we can see here that there's a start of the parameters over here with the question mark. Then there's the key, which is color. Then there's the equal sign, and then the value, which is blue. So color equals blue, the key is color, and the value is blue. If there are multiple parameters included in the same URL, they are separated by the ampersand symbol. So we can see here there are two URL parameters separated by the ampersand. There's color equals blue and sort equals newest. So one important thing to understand about URL parameters is they're used all over the internet. And they actually indicate to the web page what kind of information you're trying to get back from the server. So there are a few different reasons why web pages use URL parameters, and the most common one is for search queries. So when we go to google.com and we search for anything, it's going to include a URL parameter under search, and the URL parameter is going to be Q for query, and it's going to be whatever you looked up. Let's demonstrate this. So over here, we're going to go to google.com, and in google.com we're going to search for cute kittens. Okay, so we've got our cute kittens over here, but the important thing to note is that the first part of our resulting web page is this. So we've got google.com and then search and then question mark Q equals cute plus kittens. So this is the URL parameter, and this lets the Google server know what kind of information to send back to the web browser. However, another common and potentially dangerous use of URL parameters is to instruct the web server on which web page to display. So on the Natas page, we see here that there's a URL parameter called page equals home. So page equals home indicates which web page to display, and this can be a very dangerous thing. The use of URL parameters which reference other files on the web server could potentially be exploited in an attack called local file inclusion, most commonly abbreviated to LFI. So we're talking about local file inclusion. What is this? Local file inclusion is a web app vulnerability where arbitrary local web server files can be accessed through a web interface. So we're not just going to be accessing the regular web app files on the web app, but through this kind of vulnerability, we can read any file on the web server, including system files. So LFI vulnerabilities can lead to sensitive data exposure and can also be used as the first step in a chain of exploits. So the inclusion of file names in the URL parameter, this is a typical method through which a potential LFI vulnerability is identified. So before we talk about how we're going to exploit local file inclusion, let's talk about how these web apps work and where they are inside of the file system. So this particular application, it's going to work inside of the web server in this directory over here. So it's going to be in the var HTML labs Natas 7 directory. And what we're going to do is we're going to escape that directory, and then we're going to go up to the top of the file system, and then we're going to try to access another file on the file system. So we're going to be let me demonstrate. So over here at Natas 7, we've got the URL parameter page equals home. What we're going to do is we're going to substitute in an LFI attack payload in the page variable and the page parameter over here. So page is going to be equal to // a bunch of times, and then we're finally going to, this is what we're doing to go up to the top of the file system. So if we demonstrate over here, each time we do the // this indicates an elevation of one level in the file system, traveling from the web app's working directory, which is /Natas7, up to the top level directory, which is the / directory. So each time we do a // we're going up one level, and eventually we get up to the top level directory. So from there, from the top level directory, we can provide a file path to the file that we want to access. So a typical test for LFI on Linux and Unix web servers is to access the etc password file, since it is publicly readable by default and gives info regarding usernames on the web server. Femyuki says, is there a correct number of ... slashes to insert? So most of the time when you're doing these LFI attacks, you just need to ensure that you're using enough ... slashes to get up to the top of the file system. You definitely don't want to use. You definitely want to use. So more is better. So I would say somewhere between 7 and 10. Theoretically, there are some web apps that where you need to keep close tabs on how many ... slashes you're using. I've never encountered one. Defus asks, what is the difference between path traversal and LFI? So LFI and path traversal are the same thing. Path traversal is a more general term. Local file inclusion is a more specific term. So path traversal includes local file inclusion and remote file inclusion, and these are both path traversal attacks. Thank you very much for following Zero Turtle X. Zero Turtle X. Oh, Turtle X. I'm not too sure. Let me know in the chat how you pronounce your name. But thank you very much for following. Have a Nancat on me. Okay, so what were we talking about? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to try to access the etc password file after giving all of the ... slashes in the web app. So we're going to go back to the web app, and at the end of all these ... slashes, we're going to provide the name of the file we want to read, which is /etc/password. TurtleX says, y'all do CTFs here. Yeah, these are all CTFs we're doing right now. These are web app CTFs. This is the Natas CTF labs. Whether or not, if you're asking whether or not we do CTFs for live CTF events that are currently going on, we're not allowed to do that, because that is against the terms of rules for most CTFs. I'm gonna guess like all CTFs actually, but we do solve CTFs that are online after the events are finished. But we don't do them live because we can't broadcast that, because we get banned, and that's what we don't want to get. Okay, so we use the LFI attack. Okay, well, we've got ads running on Twitch now, so people on YouTube also get an ad. And we're just going to take a little break for about a minute or so. And in the meantime, you can watch the birds. How about these birds? These birds. Okay, we'll be back in about a minute. I just need to take a little water break. It's nice to see the birds get along. Most of the time when you see the birds at the bird feeder, they are fighting with each other because they don't like to share. So if you're wondering why this bird is having a hard time, it's because his beak is already stuffed with peanuts, but he's trying to fit more peanuts in, and he can't close his mouth. What he does is he grabs a bunch of peanuts and then he flies away somewhere, and then he tries to hide the peanuts. TurtleX says, I just stumbled across my GitHub repository from like 5th grade, and it's so embarrassing. Oh, that's unfortunate. Well, I'm sure there's some good stuff there, and I'm sure you learned a lot from making that GitHub. Okay, let's put the birds away and let's continue on with our lesson. Alright, so we successfully accessed the etc password file through local file inclusion, and we're going to see here, these are all of the user accounts on the web server. So it's not just legitimate users, but all the services that Linux uses. all have to have their own user accounts. That's why we see all of these extra user accounts over here. But MC25 says, "Was that a skunk in the video?" I assure you, there's no skunk in the video. There's a bunch of there are a lot of black squirrels in the area. So if you see a skunk, it's probably a black squirrel. So along with all of our regular users, we also have all these Natas users here as well. If you want to take a look at these files in a slightly easier to read fashion, you can actually look at the page source, and the page source is going to provide you with a much more readable version of the file over here. Okay, so what can we do with this information? Okay, so what we can do with this information is this. Over at the Natas webpage, oops, Natas. This tells you that we can access all of the passwords are located in the /etc/natas_webpass file. So for example, the password for Natas5 is located in the /etc/nataswebpass directory Natas5 and is readable by Natas4 and Natas5. So what we're going to do is we're going to use local file inclusion to read that file. So what we're going to do is we're going to change our file that we're going to read to /etc/natas_webpass/natas8, because the next level is Natas8 and we want to read Natas8's password. So this is the location of the password for Natas8 on the web server. And we're going to see that this is the password for Natas8, so we were able to successfully read it using local file inclusion. So we're just going to copy this, and then we're going to finish up this level. Okay, so before we finish up, let's talk a little bit about what we learned in today's in this level here. So the username for this level is Natas7. The password is this. The web vulnerability that we discovered here is local file inclusion through the page URL parameter. And the way we solved this this level is access the password on the web server by providing the following file path here. So it is the regular file path, and then page equals .. a bunch of times, and then etc. Natas_webpass, and then Natas8. Alright, so that was the Natas7 level from overthewire.org. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and click on the like and subscribe videos. Click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video, and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Sorry about the YouTube stuff, everybody. I need to turn these demonstrations into YouTube videos eventually. All right, so that was Natas level 7. If you want to access the next level, Natas level 8, let me grab the URL for you, and you can follow along if you like. It's going to be this. Hold on. Need to change the number. There you go. Okay, so I think we're gonna do one more level before we move on to our challenges for today. And thank you everybody for if you've watched these, if you've solved these labs before. So this might not be super interesting to you, but thank you very much for sticking around and checking this out. Let's see. Okay, so we've got Cypher Freaks. Cypher Freaks here. Oh, nice, nice, nice. I remember you from the last stream, Cypher Freak. Thank you, and welcome to the stream. Let's give everybody a hack the planet, because we need to remind ourselves of what we're doing.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, let's start our last level for today, and this is Natas level 8. Everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for the Natas 8 level from overthewire.org, Natas. This is a web app security challenge, and let us begin. So the first thing we need to do when we do any of these levels is to access the level. Remember that you can just change out the number in the URL to access Natas level 8. And hold on. Need to make sure we're going to the right place. Okay, so we need to supply a username and password. So remember, if we're accessing Natas level 8, we need to make sure that we're accessing the correct website, and then we need to paste in our password. The password is going to be obtainable from the last level, and we just need to paste that in, click on sign in, and then we are in. Okay, so it says here we need to input a secret. So there's a little field over here we need to put in something, and then we need to submit the query. When we do that, it's going to say wrong secret. So we need to figure out what the correct secret is in this case. And in this level, they've conveniently given us the source code for this level as well. So we can go ahead and view the source code over here. So we've got some PHP code again, and the PHP code looks like this. The reason why we can tell it is PHP code, Jake Mr. Hack asks how to differentiate between different types of cryptography just by seeing it. There are a few different tools you can use to differentiate, to determine different types of cryptography. For example, so over here, let's create some base64. So let's see, we're going to echo out HackerFrogs rule, and we're going to pipe that into base64. We would get something like this. Anytime you see a string that is alphanumeric, and especially if it's an alphanumeric and includes these equal signs over here, this is a pretty good sign that this is going to be a base64 encoded string. This is something you see very often in beginner level cryptography challenges, but as far as different types of cryptographic strings, most of the time it's going to come out as some sort of hex string. So if you do MD5 sum on something, let's just say we echo out HackerFrogs rule, and then we pipe that into MD5 sum, then it's going to look like this. A lot of cryptography is going to output hex strings like this. So whenever you see these hex strings, it's going to be it's not always going to be some sort of hashed or encrypted string. Jake Mr. X says, "I see every time." Yeah, you're gonna see that quite a bit in beginner level cryptography challenges, but a lot of the time you can try using well-known websites like what is it called? crackstation.net, and you can try to paste in your ciphertext and see if it can identify something for you. So, motorcycles, huh? How about that? So if you try to crack this hash, it's not going to be able to find it because this is not a well-known hash value. But if we feed it something that's very common, let's just say we feed it like password 123, or let me in. It should be able to crack this. So over here, let's paste this one in. I'm not a robot. and it was able to figure out that this was originally the let me in string. So let's see. Femyuki provides the link over there, hashes.com, decrypt hash. Let me check that out. So these, yeah, so the reason why it's able to crack these hashes is because these hashes have been included in rainbow tables, which are basically pre-cracked strings, and it's able to figure out what they might originally be by comparing against the already cracked values in the rainbow table. Let's see. So let's try this HackerFrogs rules string over here, and let's see if it can figure out that this is an MD5 string. Let's make this bigger. Okay, we need to supply the CAPTCHA. Oh no, I don't know what this is saying. I must be a robot. Okay. Okay, so it's it was not able to identify the hash. Okay, well that's unfortunate. CryptoHack is very good, but it's the later challenges in CryptoHack become very, very difficult very quickly. Jake Mr. Hack, you're correct. Digicool says the more you know. Online rainbow tables, who knew? Yeah, well this is something you can learn with experience, and there's nothing wrong with not knowing about something as long as you're able to take in the information and then use it in the future. Okay, let's go back to web app hacking. CypherFreak says, what command did you crack it with in the terminal? We didn't crack anything in the terminal. Oh, are you asking what command we would use to crack it in the terminal? If we wanted to crack passwords in the terminal, we would use a program like John the Ripper. But we're going to be covering John the Ripper in the next session. So if you're interested in learning more about password cracking, we're going to be covering it on Friday. So today's Wednesday. On Friday, we're going to be doing a session on how to crack passwords using John the Ripper. So come back on Friday, and we're going to be talking about that. Thank you very much. Okay, let's get back to the web app. So once again, this is PHP code, and we can see in this PHP code that there's an encoded secret over here. So this is a hex value, a hex string value rather, and we also see this function here that's called encode secret. So it takes in a parameter, which is a secret, and then it runs these operations on it. So it's going to return from the secret. It's going to do base64 encode. So whatever is given to it, it's going to encode it in base64. Then it's going to run a string reverse, which is basically printing something out backwards. And then it's going to turn the binary information into hex information. So we can tell that this encoded secret has been encoded by the function over here, because this is a hex string. John Mr. Hack says, John cracks base64. No. John does not crack base64. You can crack base64 yourself. So if you take this base64 encoded string, you might want to echo it out. And then you can just use the base64 command with the decode switch, and then you get the original message like this. Okay, so what is the application doing here? So if array key exists, so basically when you submit something by the post method, if after we run the encode secret on whatever you post, and it's equal to the encoded secret variable here, then it's going to reveal the password. So the problem here is that we don't know what the original encoded secret is. We only know the encoded form. So what we need to do is we need to do a little bit of reverse engineering to figure out what the original secret is here. So what are we talking about? So we're going to do source code analysis, and we're going to reverse the operations. So inside the original code, there was a bin to hex operation, and the reversed operation in PHP is the hex to bin operation. Next, there's the string reverse operation, and the reversed operation is the same thing. It's also string reverse. The third operation is base64 encode, and the opposite version of that is base64 decode. So what we can do is we can use an online PHP interpreter, and I think we can find PHP interpreter online. And we got this website over here. It's called onlinephp.io. If you want to take a look at it yourself, you can look at it from there. Okay, let's make this nice and big so that we can all see what's going on. What we're going to do is we're going to paste in the code from the challenge, and we're going to try to reverse it. So we're just going to go over to the web page here, and we're going to get all this stuff. Just get everything, copy it. We're going to go over to online PHP. Delete all this stuff. Oh, even the ads are big. Okay, we're going to paste in the code, and we're going to get rid of the stuff we don't need. We don't need anything from line 15 until line 8, so we're just going to get rid of all that. Okay, so what we're left with is the encoded secret, and then we've got the code, the function over here, which encodes the secret. We're going to adjust this. So we're going to rename this variable from encoded secret to just secret. After that, we're going to reverse the operations. So the string reverse operation in the center, that can stay the same. But base64 encode has to become base64 decode, and it has to go over in this slot over here. So this needs to move over here, and it also needs to change. Jake Mr. X says, is that C language or PHP? So this is PHP, and the way we can tell it's PHP is because of these brackets over here. So the brackets over here are unique to PHP. So it's bracket question mark bracket. That's how we can know for sure that this is PHP. Okay, so what we're going to do is base64 encode. We're going to delete this, and we're going to move this to the front over here. The front over here, and we're just going to, whoops, hold on. We're going to do base64 decode. Okay, I think that's it. Let me look at this one more time. So we need to do base64 decode. Decode, right? Base64 decode. And then in this spot over here, we need to do hex to binary. Hex to binary? Okay, so we've now got the opposite operations over here. So hex to bin is going to turn the hexadecimal into binary. Then we're going to reverse the string, and then we're going to decode from base64. The last thing we need to do is we need to print this out. So we're going to echo. Actually, let's change the name of this. This is not encode secret anymore, it's decode. So decode secret. So we're going to echo the function decode secret with secret. And let's go ahead and run this code. We get down here and we see that this is the output, which means that this is the password we need to finish the level. So we're just going to copy this, And we're going to go back to Natas level 8. We're going to paste in the output that we got from the function. And then we're going to click on Submit Query. So after that, we see that password is granted to us. So the password for Natas level 9 is this right here. So we're just going to copy this, and we're going to record it. Let's see. Jake Mr. X says, string reverse in C language, nice, I can understand PHP. I am not learning PHP. String reverse in C language. Oh, string reverse is a function in C language. Okay, that's amazing. Well, I'm glad you're learning something. If you're learning something, then I'm happy. MC25 says, mostly once you learn one language, you can kind of follow any language. Yeah, you're going to find that the syntax for a lot of language looks very similar. So if you take a look at this PHP, it looks similar to C language. It also looks kind of similar to Python as well. It's not exactly the same, of course, because they've got they have curly braces and they have semicolon terminators, and but for the most part, you can understand most of what's going on in one language after you learn another one. CypherFreak says, I got that with the command shell. That is what I was getting at. Oh, I'm not. Can you? I think I'm missing something. Can you explain one more time, CypherFreak? Thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and finish off this level. So what was going on in this level? This is Natas level 8. So the username was Natas 8. The password was this. The web vulnerability in here was exposed source code. Sensitive data can be reversed engineered. And the method of solve was, what we did was we took apart the code and we did reverse of whatever function that was used to encode secret passwords, and then we were able to determine the original password by reverse engineering. Alright, so everybody, this was a guided walkthrough for Natas 8 from the overthewire.org website. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. CypherFreak says, echo something something something. Oh, okay. You were able to use the command shell to reverse the function. That's awesome. Yeah. If you're able to do something inside the terminal, that is really good. But when you're dealing with PHP, the easiest way to deal with PHP code is to keep on using PHP code, because that's I mean, if you're speaking the same language as the web app, then that's probably a good way to go. Jake Mr. X says, today when I was watching videos in CryptoHack, I forgot every time I use... Oh, no, yeah, okay. So when you're using Python, you can use the semicolon, but you don't need to use a semicolon. Python recognizes a semicolon, but you can also not include it. That's one thing about Python. But yeah, it does recognize it. All right, so everybody, let's move on to the challenges today. So this is the this is the fun part of the stream where we could get stuck and we could have a really bad time trying to figure out what is happening in the web app. So we're going to skip past all the stuff that we've already done, and we're going to go straight to where we left off from Natas last time. And the last time we left off on level 16. So let's go ahead and get the information for level number 16. Okay, so from here on out, we're going to be doing new challenges. These are challenges we've never seen before, so we might get horribly stuck. If you want to play along at home, this is the URL we're looking at, and this is the password. Okay, so let's go ahead and access the level. So this is going to be Natas 16, and the password is going to be this. Sign in. Okay, so this is a more difficult version of a previous level. It says for security reasons, we now filter on even more on certain characters. And we've got find words containing something something, and then we can search. So we're gonna put in the test string, and it basically, this app is running a grep command on a dictionary file, and it's returning all the results from the grep command. We can take a look at the source code for the application. Actually, let me put this in its own tab. So this is more PHP code. If you want to take a look at the code, I'm going to put this in chat. I don't know if it's going to come out very well. It might look very, very messy. But let's talk about what's happening in the application before we try to solve the level. Okay, so we've got a key variable. It's equal to an empty string. So if array key exists, request, so I guess whatever request we give it, the needle is going to be the user input. Let's see, Jake Mr. Axe says Chinese language. What? Do you see Chinese language somewhere? Anyways. Yeah, it looks a bit messy if it's not formatted correctly. Anyways, we've got the key is going to be equal to the key variable is going to become populated by whatever you give the server over here. So if the key is not empty, if preg match these characters over here in the key. We're basically scanning the contents of the key for any of these illegal characters, and it's these characters right here. So we can't. What we want to do is we want to do OS command injection. The problem is we can't use any of these characters in our OS command injection. Otherwise, the application is going to give us an error message that says input contains an illegal character. Otherwise, it's going to run the grep command. So grep I, and then our user input on dictionary.txt. Alright, we've got ads running on Twitch right now, so we're going to give an ad on YouTube as well. And let's play my favorite bird video. These are the birds having a bath. I love these birds. We'll be back in a minute. I just need to have a little water break. Back in a second. MC25 says beautifiedtools.com php beautifier.php for pasted code and chat to clean it up. Oh, that's interesting. Let me take a look. Beautify tools, awesome. Okay, put the birds away. Let me try that out. So PHP beautifier, we can grab the code, and then we're going to paste in the PHP code there, and then press the Beautify PHP button. Oh yeah, it works. Awesome. Cool. Jake Mr. X says, what is that? These are birds. These are my favorite birds. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to figure out how to get our OS command injection working on the application here. So obviously the we can't use any of these characters, but we really want to read. We want to use OS command injection to read another file on the file system, because it's running grep. It's running a system command here through the PHP pass-through function. So we need to figure out how to get around this filter here. So this is the filter. We can't use any of these characters. These are the illegal characters. So what we want to do, what we really want to do is something like this. We want to cat, what was it, etc. Natas webpass, Natas 17, something like this. The problem is we can't use any of these special characters. So how are we going to get around? How are we going to get around this? I suppose what we could do is we could do URL encoding, command injection. Yeah, we're doing command injection here. So the first thing that comes to mind is we could try doing URL encoding to try to get around this this filter here. So let's try that. So URL encoding. I think we can encode from this website here. Okay, let's encode that. So we got, this is what it looks like when it's URL encoded. Jake Mr. X says you don't use Burp Suite. We do use Burp Suite. We do use Burp Suite. We could start using Burp Suite from now on, because these web app challenges are getting more difficult. Okay, so it looks like that didn't work. Let's go ahead and fire up Burp Suite. So Burp Suite is a great web app security tool. Everybody uses it. All the professionals use it. Let's go ahead and put this into Burp Suite. Maybe it can help us out. Wait for Burp Suite to start up. Okay, so from here we're going to go over to the proxy and then open the Burp Suite browser. Anything we look at in the Burp Suite browser is going to be recorded by Burp Suite, so we can use it to replay requests. So the username is Natas16. The password, let me grab the password. Okay, paste that in, sign in. Okay, so we want to send something like this. Whoa, sorry, something like this. Cat, etc. Natas webpass. Natas 17, but this isn't going to work. We're going to send this out. Input contains an illegal character. Okay, so this doesn't work. We're just going to go over to Burp Suite and we're going to look at the HTTP history. So everything that we just sent was recorded, and we see that what we sent was a GET request, which is kind of funny because I expected this was going to be a POST request, and this is the GET request that we sent. So we're just going to put this into the repeater, the Burp Suite repeater, so that we can replay this request. So it looks like this was URL encoded before. This was URL encoded before we sent it. So I guess URL encoding isn't going to work in this case. We need to figure out some other way to get past the filter. So these, and remember everybody, we're not doing we're not doing demonstrations anymore. We haven't finished these levels. So everything we're doing from now on is a challenge. So command injection. Bypass with single quote, bypass with double quote. I've got a few different. MC25 says live struggling. The best. The best? Well, it's only the best for people watching, not for the people doing the struggling. Thank you very much, MC25. Let's give you, let's redeem a Nancat, just to keep our spirits up. There you go. Okay, so this should be easy because we've got the code here. Let's you know what? Let's feed this to the AI and see if it has any ideas. Okay, DeepSeek, solve all my problems. DeepSeek, we want to run OS command injection on this app. What is the payload we should use? Solve my problem, DeepSeek. There you go. Right there with you, MC25. Okay, so the provided PHP code is vulnerable to command injection, but it has some basic filtering in place to block certain characters. The filtering is not comprehensive, and you can still exploit it by using alternative techniques. The pass-through function executes the grep command with the user-supplied input key. To input additional commands, you need to bypass the filtering. This function blocks these characters. The grep command is executed with the -i flag, case-insensitive search. The input is wrapped in double quotes. Oh, okay. Payload ideas. Use new lines. New lines can be used to terminate the grep command and execute additional commands. Okay. Use... This isn't going to work. This syntax isn't going to work because it has the $sign, and the $sign is actually wait, the $sign is not blocked. So we could try using this syntax. Okay. So we could try the new line injection. Payload, command, new line, new line. The grep command is terminated and the ID command is executed. Alright, let's see if this works. Is it that easy? No, it is not that easy. Nothing appears. Yeah, nothing appears. Okay. What is the other idea? The other idea is using this syntax here. The pipe. I think the pipe doesn't work either. Let me take a look at the application. So the pipe is included in the illegal characters. So if we give a pipe, it's going to say illegal character. Maybe double pipe. Does double pipe work? Still contains an illegal character. So it doesn't work in this case. I highly encourage everybody to give this a try yourself. If you find a working payload, let us know. This is the URL, and this is the password. Okay, so what was the other suggestion? So we could do the substitution, command substitution. So this isn't something I do a lot with Linux, of course. This is actually something you would do inside of bash scripting, I'm pretty sure. Let's give this a try. So over here, this doesn't do anything. Okay. The next payload suggestion was wildcard injection. So the wildcard matches any string and the ID command is executed. Let's give this a try. Does nothing, okay. Sub-shell injection. So the syntax executes the command inside the braces. So the braces we can use. Okay, that doesn't work. What about ampersand, ampersand, or pipe, pipe? So ampersand is not allowed, pipe is not allowed. If we use ampersands and pipes, they don't work. Testing the payloads, URL encoding. Ensure that the payload is URL encoded before sending it to the request. Okay, so we could try. I guess we can try whatever it is by URL encoding all this. This doesn't need to be URL encoded. I think this one does. OreoByte says, what about backticks? Backticks ID. Is backticks on the list? Backticks are on the list. So no backticks for us. There's a URL encode command you can install. You mean on Kali Linux? Let me know how you do that, because I think that would be pretty handy. Okay, let's try encoding this. Okay. Nothing came out. Grid site clients. Grid site clients? Grid site clients. Hold on, I just need to look it up real quick. A tool for managing and formatting comment. Okay. Okay. Let's see if I can install that easily. So okay. It looks like I can't install it right now. But thanks for letting me know, OreoByte. I've been having a lot of trouble with Kali Linux and installing new pieces of software. So I might just skip that for right now. Okay, so what were we doing? Let's keep on encoding this stuff. Okay. Yeah, this isn't something I don't want to do too much configuration stuff on live stream because, you know, it's a bit not fun. Anyways, let's switch up the music. Let's play some Castlevania music. It's all about whips and bats. But it's got a great soundtrack. What were we doing? Diva says you could still use Burp Suite to include and decode and send requests quickly. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Okay. We've got our Burp Suite over here. And what was that? What was that payload? The payload was this one. Actually, let's try the subshell one. Copy that. Back to Burp Suite. Okay, so this is the needle over here. Let's go ahead and paste in our payload, and let's URL encode this. Let's do URL encode as we type. That didn't work? Okay, nothing appeared. Control U? Highlight Control U in Burp Suite. Okay, let me try that. Highlight, and then Control U. Control U. Well, I'm trying. Seems to be going a bit weird. Try Hello World and see if it encodes that. Let's... Okay, it does encode this. Yeah, that worked. And then let's try with this one. Let's see if it works. It didn't... Yeah, this doesn't work for some reason. Yeah, not sure why it's not working. I was able to do the other thing. So if I do it with this one, it does work. Let's try it with some other ones. So how about this one? So this doesn't work either. That's weird. Okay, so before we go on, let me take a look at and see if there are some other techniques we could use. So, So I've got this article over here. Which talks about different bypass. So common limitation bypasses, reverse shell, short reverse shell. Do we have one for special characters? Forbidden spaces, backslash and slash, bypass pipes. Bypass pipes, that might work. How about hex encoding? Can we give it hex encoding? Bypass IPs. Defa says Control U encodes key characters. You can right-click, convert selection all characters, but that's not really necessary. Let's take a look. Right-click, what was it? Convert selection. URL encode. Didn't work. Okay, let's try URL encode all characters. All characters is a bit overkill. Okay, let's. Don't think this. Yeah, this didn't come back. How about URL encode key characters, all characters, key characters. So the key characters doesn't include the it doesn't include these brackets. Okay, convert selection, all characters. All right, let's try this. Yeah. So a great thing about Burp Suite is that you can actually get the response as a pseudo web browser render by clicking on the render view over here. So in this case, we don't find any output. Okay, let's look for some alternatives. Bypass IPs, built-ins, polyglot command injection, potential regexes. What about double URL encoding? Double URL encoding? What is double URL encoding? Just encode it 2 times. Encode it 2 times. Encode it again, you can do it in burp too. Okay, let's try this one. So this is the, hold on, encode this, and then encode this again. And it looks like this. Man, that is not fun to look at. Okay. Huh, this got stuck. Oh no, okay, it went through. Okay, so we got braces, testing the payloads, right, example output. Mitigation, Are there any payloads we could try that don't use the restricted characters? Okay, so new lines, right? It says that we could try these new lines. This syntax could work. Yeah, I wonder why these suggested payloads are not working. Because they don't use any of the illegal characters. Use environment variables. Oh, use environment variables. Environment variables can be used to execute commands indirectly. So extracts the first character of the path environment variable using the slash. The ID command is appended and executed. So let's try this one. If this doesn't work normally, we can try to URL encode it. Okay, so in Burp Suite, let's try URL encoding all this stuff. And then send it. And the response, we get nothing. Okay. All right. What else is suggested? Use arithmetic expansion. Arithmetic expansion can be used to execute commands indirectly. So this evaluates to 0, then the ID command is appended and executed. It seems pretty cheap. All right. But doesn't seem to work. There has to be something. Okay, so this is the code, right? Maybe there's a way to escape this. So grep I, there has to be, I think there might be a way to escape this command over here. So that we can grep something else other than the dictionary.txt. So let's ask this question. Considering this is the command executed by pass-through, can we somehow use it to read other, to run grep on other files? So this was the method of bypassing the filter last time. We were able to read the password file along with the dictionary.txt file. So here's some ideas. Of course, we've got ideas. Okay, we've got another ad break happening on Twitch, so everybody on YouTube also gets an ad. And we will take a look at this video. Alright, we'll be back in about a minute. Defus says, have you read the dictionary.txt file yet? Yeah, we've tried reading it before. Well, let's go over it in about a minute after the break is over. These darn squirrels. Does anybody here do St. Patrick's Day? If you're a person who does St. Patrick's Day in the chat, let us know. Let us know how you do St. Patrick's Day. It's not really something I celebrate too often over here. Okay, and we'll put the birds away. Okay, so we were talking about accessing. Let's see. CypherFreak says, "I found something funny if you input needle. If I input needle as the needle, needle, needles, needled, needles, needlessly. Is that what you're talking about? Thank you very much for following, Zach. T-Sack. T-Sack J? Is that a J or an I? Can't. Oh, that's a J. T-Sack J. Thank you very much for following. You are now a hacker frog. How about a hack the planet just for you?
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up again!
So this is expected output because it's looking inside a dictionary.txt file. An interesting thing is that there is this thing right here, the apostrophe. That's weird. T-Sac-J says, hey T-Sac-J, nice to see you here. Needles. This doesn't work because it has an illegal character, but there's an illegal character in the output. I guess in the output is fine. Okay, so how can we get around this? New line injection, rep I, target file. Command substitution. So, grep I search term target file. Oh, maybe we could try this. Okay, this. Oh, the tilde, right. The tilde is not an illegal character. But what does the tilde do? Okay. Can we use the tilde character as part of OS command injection? What does the, I mean, I'm not too sure what tilde refers to the home directory, right? Typically not useful. What does it do? It's a shortcut for the current user's home directory. Not useful for command injection. Stan, hello, what's up? What's up, Stan? Nice to see you here. How about we give you a Nyan Cat? Nyan Cat, there you go. We're currently doing level 16 from overthewire.org, Natas. And if you want to take part yourself, you can go ahead and take a look at it. This is the password for level number 16. Okay, so let's do tilde dot slash and then etc Natas webpass Natas 17 Natas 17. Okay, let's see if this works. Nope, doesn't work. Alright. Well, it was worth a try. When tilde could be useful. Path traversal. If the application user input to construct file paths, you could use tilde to reference files in the home directory. Use tilde to reference the home directory. Tilde, I think star is also... No, star is not. Huh. Maybe we could do tilde star. So we could do tilde star to read everything in the home directory. So tilde star. And we can give like a letter, like A, right? That doesn't work. Better alternatives for command injection. Wildcard characters. Maybe we could try wildcard characters. So maybe A and then star. So A and then star is everything that has the letter A in it. Let's see. Stan says, I don't know this lab. Natas is... It's a pretty well-known web app series of labs. But, yeah, I mean, you know, if I can introduce new platforms and sites to people, I'm happy to do that. Aligan Dogar. Aligan Dogar. Thank you very much for stopping by. Hello, nice to see you. How about we give you a frog song? Let's see. You can call me Salva. I'll try to remember that, Salva. Thank you. Okay, so what can we do here? Can we give a file path? We can do A and then Salva says, I'm trying to get top 1% on Tryhackme. Now top 3%. Yeah, I think I've got top 1% on Tryhackme. It's I did a lot of Tryhackme like a few years ago. I'm not sure if I still have top 1% or not. Let me check. Okay, so rank 6,000. Certificates, badges, yearly activity. I'm not sure. Get badge profile ID. Oh. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to it. Salva Cybersec on Tryhackme. Yeah, you can add me as well. Let me take a look. What is it? The Shy Hat. Can you do single quotes with what is it? Carrots and forward slashes. I'm pretty sure we can do carrots. So the caret is not part. We can do forward slashes. We can't do backslashes. Okay. How about payloads with carrots characters and not too sure what the grep caret etc hosts. Try that. Sure. Okay, so over here. So grep is implied because grep is already being executed by the system here. So grep is the first part. Unless there's an illegal character. We can't use the single quotes. Yeah, no single quotes allowed. Okay, it says the caret character is primarily useful for Windows command injection and can help bypass filters by escaping characters, special characters. It is not effective in Unix-like systems. Yeah, no single quotes or double quotes. So this is the list. So try to encode. We can try some different encoding schemes. So if we're actually doing regular encoding schemes, then we probably want to do something like this. We want a payload like this, but we need to... OreoByte says, let's see, etc. hosts. I can give it a try. I think anytime we get some sort of error output, it's going to return nothing to the web app like this. Okay, let's try some encoding. We'll try the encoding over at CyberChef. Or actually, we can do it inside Burp Suite too. Okay, let's try encoding this. So URL encoding, HTML encoding. Wow, that is really messy looking, but let's copy it anyways. Stan says, I'm leaving now. I came by to say hello. I have to get up tomorrow. Thank you very much for coming back, Stan, and why don't you have a Hack the Planet to one for the road. There you go.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get out!
Ash asks, is this recorded? Yes, this is recorded on YouTube. You can always come back to the recording on YouTube, and you can watch anything that you missed there. Thank you very much, Ash, for asking about that. Okay. Am I live tomorrow? No, I'm not going to be live tomorrow. I'll be on again on Friday. Okay, it doesn't like... Ash says, okay, perfect, because I missed the first half. Yeah, you can always go back in the recording. I'm pretty sure you can go back to the beginning of the, you can go back to the beginning of the recording in YouTube. It's pretty easy. Okay, so, what was that? OreoByte suggested something with, etc. hosts. So we can do this, etc. hosts. So, let's see, A. Okay, so new line injection, command substitution. Actually, so there are two things I'm considering in this case. We could try, what about grep star.star for any file? Star.star, I don't think we can escape the directory we're in, but let me try that out. Okay, so star.star, we definitely got the dictionary.txt file. But I don't think we got any other file in that case. I wonder if this will work. Hello Echo got this working, it says MC25. So, well, if MC25 got something working, then that's a good sign. Oh. This is, I mean, this looks like regular output from, I mean, echo hello, is this going to be the same as just putting in the word hello? But it, you know what? Okay, so we've got something going on here. grep A, etc. Natas pass something something. Okay, let's try this. What does the tilde do in this case? Okay. Okay, so echo. Can we use, I mean, cat. Cat, what can we do? We might be able to give commands here, right? So cat, I don't know. Who am I hello is returning 2 blank lines versus 1. Who am I hello? Two blank lines. Let's view the page source. Okay, so there's a blank line here, yeah. 2 empty lines where there was previously 1. Okay, so I think we might be onto something. So if this works, the problem is this. So we're always going to run grep, and we're always going to run it on dictionary.txt. So here it looks like we can insert something, but we can't use any of our regular OS command injection special characters. So that's a good question. How do we break it? OreoByte suggests a/star.star. Try that. Blank output. Grep path the file. I'm pretty sure we can't use the, oh, we can use. We can use the hash symbol, right. We can use the hash symbol, so... Right, okay. So we should be using the hash symbol in our payload. Because it gets rid of... The hash symbol gets rid of the dictionary.txt. So we can eliminate this part of the command, which means we just run grep I on something. Yeah. That's maybe we can try that out. So a path to file, start at star, right? So a path to file, etc. Natas web pass, start at star. So this, let me copy this. It might be on the right track. Maybe we can reference the thing directly. Natas 17. That's what we're looking for. We can try B, we can try C. We can try D. Okay, so Nata something something. Can you grep an array of characters? Good question. So this is grep I. Grep I on. So I think what we want to do is we want to use the hash character here. We'll try A. And we'll try this. Add the what command for grep RNI? RNI. Where we got? So dash. Can we do the dash character? I think we can. Yeah, we can use the dash character. So we can add on to the grep command here. So dash I dash R? What does the R do? Recurse. Oh, recursive, right. Dash R. What was it? Etc. Natas pass. Copy this. Oh, no. I spelled it incorrectly. It's supposed to be Natas web pass. Got to spell correctly. Okay, so we tried A, we tried B. We try C. Okay, can we do... Another thing is, can we do... I'm thinking that we're trying to access some files we're not supposed to. So if we could add this portion on, this portion over here. Hold on. this might help us out. Let's see, CypherFreak says, don't we want to pipe the output of the grep to the dictionary.txt file and then read the file for the output password? Pipe the output of the grep to the dictionary.txt file and then read the file for the output password. So when we use the grep command, we can specify more than one file. Or we can substitute our own file instead of dictionary.txt. Let me try this out. So grep-r, etc. Natas webpass star. Pipe standard error to standard out and figure out what's wrong. Pipe standard error to standard out. Let's test out the error with the file we know that is on the box. So, etc. hosts. Oh, we need to supply. Okay. So I think there might be something. Oh, you know what? We're being... I wonder if these double quotation marks over here are interfering with Let's try this on our own Kali Linux box. So let's make this full screen. Okay. So this is the command that's being done right here. First of all, let's make a dictionary.txt file just for fun. Echo to dictionary.txt. Okay, and then the command is this, right? MC25 still stuck in the dictionary. So inside the key over here, this is our command. The command is A and then I don't know, etc. password. Etc. password. Well, no, this exists. No such file or directory. So we would get this kind of error message, right? Why does it say that etc. password doesn't exist? Oh, wait, can we? Okay, so this returns nothing. This returns nothing. This returns nothing. This still... This should return something, right? I'm not too sure why it's not returning anything. I just worked through the break. I was too engrossed. Sorry everybody, I was working through the break, but we didn't really get anything done, so I guess it wasn't that much of a loss. Okay, so etc. password exists. I'm pretty sure, yeah, it does exist. So cat etc. password. Right. So my big question is, why doesn't this return anything? let's ask the AI why this doesn't return anything. Okay. Why does this command not return any output? So there's got to be something with the escaping of the double quotes over here. Okay, so it doesn't return any output because of how the grep command interprets the input and the presence of two special characters. So let's break it down. So incorrectly quoting, these characters are not properly handled in the context. Just before we go on, let's try getting rid of this. So it says no such file or directory. Huh. This is all very, very confusing. Okay, so the search pattern is treated as a literal string, and this is unlikely to match anything. Oh, okay. So we can't break out because the search pattern is this. This is interpreted as the search pattern. This is all the search pattern. We can't break out of this. If you intended to search for the letter A... Okay. Well, the problem... Huh. So we need to figure out how to break out of this. So it's also not going to interpret these. This is not going to be interpreted as a part of the command. So no such file or directory. Tigrel says, evening. Good evening, Tigrel. Nice to see you here. And why don't you have a Nyan cat? Because we haven't done that in a while. We're just trying to figure out some OS command injection. So grep. You know, this should actually output something because we put something in the dictionary.txt. Yeah. But for some reason nothing comes out. I guess I should put a new line in there as well. Cypher Freak says, that's what I was saying, maybe we can put stuff into the dictionary.txt file. But the question is how we do that, because of this pattern right here. Tigerel says, my Kali VM is working well. I did a couple of the Docker labs. Awesome. Great to hear. I highly encourage anybody who has some Kali Linux and has Docker installed. It's a great little platform, and we're talking about dockerlabs.es. Let's go ahead and Docker Labs. these are vulnerable Docker containers that you can hack against. We're just trying to figure out how we can break out of this for OS command injection. Sick in the Mind says, good day, Sick in the Mind. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a redeem we haven't done in a while. How about a all the things?
This one's dedicated to all the hackers. Yo.
Oops. Okay. We need to tell... Okay, so this is the pattern. We want to break out of the command to read other files on the file system. What should we do? Oh, okay, hold on. So I wonder if it's going to give us break out of the grep command. We need to exploit the command injection vulnerability of the grep command. The goal is to inject additional commands, blah blah blah. Okay. Terminate the grep command, inject a new command. Okay, I think it's going to give us... So if we try to put this in... Okay, so this actually gives us something, right? The problem is we can't see any of this error output because the error output is not going to be revealed to the web app. Okay, so I think somebody else, I think it was OreoByte. OreoByte was talking about how we could potentially pipe out standard error to standard out and figure out what's wrong. Let's get... How would we... The problem is we can't pipe out standard out to standard error because we have to stick within the pattern. How would we redirect standard what? Standard error to standard out so we can see the error messages from the command. The web app we are using does not display error messages. Okay, let's change our music around, and maybe that'll help us think. Let's try some Baba Is You. Sick in the Mind says, could you not just add bin sh in grep to grab an interactive shell? That's not how it works. You can. This is because we're doing OS command injection over here. We can only read files. We can't run anything that's not in this command right over here. And this is the command right here. We're going to grep into dictionary.txt. So grep is always going to run. Dictionary.txt is always going to be the target. And whatever command we've gotten here is always going to be interpreted as a pattern for grep, which means we'll never be able to read anything else. If you want to take a look at this level yourself, then I'll give you the login. Oops. This is the website, and the login credentials are right here. Zero A. Okay, so if we actually feed this to the program, this doesn't output anything. So this doesn't... Yeah, this is tough. We've been working on this for over an hour. Okay, so okay, this isn't going to work because it's got an illegal character in here. So there's the ampersand. We can't use ampersand. Okay, so something else. Well, let's look in, instead of looking in dictionary.txt, let's look in, let's look in rocku.txt instead. What is that? Etc. Wait. User share word lists, rocku.txt. Okay, so for example, if we looked at A, okay. Well, at least we get something if we do this. Let's try B. Sure. Oh, it's looking for A inside of these double quotes. Literal quotation marks. I wonder why it works with the web application, because the web application doesn't have literal quotation marks around everything. So we just do A, it outputs everything, but there's no literal quotation marks around everything. The literal quotation marks. Probably because the code is using as the command wrapper. Right. So we've got the code over here, and the code has the literal quotation marks as well, but I guess they're not literal. It's just something that the pass-through function. Oh, right. The pass-through function is taking in this key variable here. Tigerel says, if you remember Natas 15, we had to have a script that brute forced the password. I don't think we need a script that brute forces this level, but it's still not very fun. Second the Mind says it's got escape quotation marks because it uses quotation marks as the wrapper. Yeah, so the wrapper for... So does that mean... Well, I mean, that doesn't mean that the grep command is not using these literal quotation marks. It is using this literal pattern right here. So anything inside of the quotation marks is interpreted as the pattern to be looked for. Grep ... dictionary.txt. It's not our literal, it's just escape there. So the suggestion is ... and then okay, so this isn't... MC25 says, so when I ran ID, it was probably Natas 16 in the dictionary. Huh. You ran ID? What was it? This? Oh, okay. So it was looking for Natas 16 in the dictionary there, because it did... So, I mean, this stuff like this works. But these are interpreted as literal... These are interpreted as patterns to look for. If you used print some text, it would print some text. So the problem here is that we would be able to escape if we were able to use like double quotes or single quotes. But the double quotes and single quotes have been filtered. We can use... Does it detect URL in... I think URL encoding messes it up. I don't think it interprets URL encoding. I mean, we're experimenting with on our own machine over here. Let me... Does it URL encode for quotes? So if we wanted to URL encode for quotes, you don't need the literal here. I think we do. Because it has to, because otherwise we would be able to do something like this. So b user rocku.txt, and then we would do like dictionary. We would be able to escape if we don't have the literal quotes there. So here, it outputs everything from rocku.txt, and it also outputs the stuff from dictionary.txt. Yeah, right. Rocku is a little too big. Let's do, instead of Rocku, we'll do Etsy password. So we got Etsy password, and we also have dictionary, but this isn't possible in the application as it is. Otherwise, we'd be able to escape, and so we have to treat it like it's got the literal quotes here. We have to pretend that the literal quotes are right here. So this is why it doesn't go through. You only need the quotes without literal. Yeah, we've got the quotes without literal. So this works. The problem is we have to find a way to escape this without using another quote, because these characters are restricted. Okay, so let's try URL encoding. If we could URL encode a double quote, the goal isn't to get a shell. The goal is to just read a file. There's a file. Let's see, let me demonstrate. So the file is at this location right here. So it's the etc. Natas webpass Natas 17. So this is the file we want to read over here. But right now we're stuck here. Can we URL encode a double quote? Because if we can URL encode a double quote, we can go like this. Actually, wait. We would need something else. So we would need to do a double quote and then another double quote. And maybe in the other double quote we would do etc. hosts. Or maybe what else could we use? Dictionary.txt. So this would work. Yeah, this would work if we could somehow. Okay, so let's catch up on the messages here. So just add something cat something something. Let's see, Bilgun Betusk. I'm a content creator, Bilgun, but thank you for asking. Sick of the Mind says, is standard out blocked from displaying on the page? So standard out will display on the page, but standard error is not. Standard error will not display on the page. Sever Dante says %22 is the double quote. Okay, so if %22 is the double quote, can we? Will it interpret it here? So %22. No, %22 is not gonna work. So URL encoding isn't gonna work. Can we do hex encoding? Hold on. DeepSeek. We want to encode the double quote character in the Linux terminal. Can we encode using hex or some other method? Oh, ampersand is blocked. Ampersand is blocked? Yeah, ampersand is blocked. I'm a cybersecurity guy. Yeah, I'm a cybersecurity content creator. That's what I do. What PC are you packing? It's not super relevant, but I don't quite remember what my specifications are on my PC. You can use /. Oh, there's no backslashes either. Otherwise, we would be able to do hex value. Okay. Yeah, backslashes are no-no. octal ending. So the value, so this is also a backslash. Escape sequence. So we can't do escape sequences either. Do you know what type of motherboard you're rocking? I don't, yeah. I mean, I can look this up. Let me do sysinfo. System information. So what were you asking about? I've got a AMD Ryzen 5 5600X 6-core processor. And what else? I don't know. What is my motherboard? I've got an Asus Tech ROG Strix B550E gaming motherboard. Anyways, it's not something I super pay attention to. Let's see. Sick in the Mind says, is outbound communication blocked? Like, are you able to capture a request with a simple Python server? I don't think... I mean, we do get... We can record something inside of Burp Suite, but I don't think it's going to send anything to us. I'm trying to understand how blind you are on this. Well, I think the best thing we did was we tried to figure out how the command works inside of our own terminal. So in our own terminal, we can figure out if we were able to somehow encode the double quote over here, but not use the backslash, then we would be in business. Will it let you capture a request outbound? Will it let me request a... I mean, Sick in the Mind, how would we do that? Can you explain that to me? This is the double quote. Okay, so this is octal encoding. So using this syntax lets you use escape sequences directly in the shell. And so there's a flag, right? In the Natas file, there's a flag. We've got ads on Twitch, so we're going to put ads on YouTube, and let's go ahead and take a look at some birds. How about these birds? These lovely birds. Let me... So when you're having a hard day, just look at the birds. The birds, they will take your stress away. Sick of the Mind says, the blue jay's struggling with that peanut. Yup, he's having a good old time. Let's see. So grep ch Natas webpass Natas 17. I don't think that's going to work. The reason why it doesn't work. Hold on, let me put the birds away. So Tigrel, your suggestion is this. Let me copy this. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to figure out what is going on in our own terminal over here. So in our own terminal over here, let's point at what is the... If we plug in this... Thank you very much for following Wigwam Weekend. Thank you very much. That's a great name. And you're now HackerFrog. Let's give you a Hack the Planet. We need to remind ourselves of what we're doing.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get in
the... Okay, so this... That's interesting. So we output the etc password stuff, but we didn't output the dictionary stuff. which means, well, I mean, we didn't get the, so we could, so if we go over to the web application and we plug this in, and let's plug in the actual file that we want. The actual file is etc. Natas webpass Natas 17. Hacking the planet? Yup, that's what we do. It doesn't output the value of the grep search. Let's see. Ratchet says usually use a simple Python HTTP server to host a file or something for payload uploading. It will list connections both inbound or outbound if a file is moved off or on of it. Okay, so you're saying that we can set up our own. We can set up our Python web servers. So Python 3 m HTTP server on port 80. I don't think these. I mean, I wonder if these servers can ping out to us. It's a good question. Okay, and then what payload would we? If we wanted to include, let me make another terminal. If we wanted to include, there's a colon there. Is the colon restricted? So the colon isn't restricted. The semicolon is. Right. Okay. So we would use something like, oh, you know what? I don't want my Kali machine isn't exposed to the internet, and I don't want to expose my Kali machine to the internet. Okay, so Ratchet says, say you want to remote into a target. Can you do a GET request from your IP address to the target back to your host? So yeah, I'm not going to expose my Kali machine to the internet, because that sounds like a bad idea. So I guess we can't do that because we're not because the Natas websites are only publicly they're only available on the public internet. So we can't really do that. So what I really want to do is I want to find some way to encode restricted colon. Sounds painful. Yeah. If you take that in, is the colon restricted? Yes. Ken PDX, thank you. Always here with your dad jokes. And welcome to the stream. Why don't you have one of these? Go to hack. Hope you can go to hack and have a great day.
Mr. Hat, may I please be excused from class?
Well, Kyle.
Yes.
You hear me? You go to
Hack.
You go to
Hack.
and you
Have a great day.
Go to hack, have a great day. Yeah, so we're trying to figure out if we can get the double quote. This is a double quote. Use escape sequences directly in the shell. We can't use backslashes. Right. This isn't, these are all publicly available. This is a double quote. Octal encoding. Okay, we need an encoding method that doesn't use the backslash character. Because it is restricted. No backslashes. No backslashes for this challenge. You can still double quote character using an alternative method that does not rely on backslashes. So we can use ANSI C quoting. So ANSI C quoting. This doesn't work. This doesn't work because you're still using the backslash. Can you not okay. S2M Green says, sorry this is a bit random, but I've been making some progression with security stuff. I'm finding documentation to be super important. Do you have any videos talking about how you document your findings and lessons learned? I suck at taking notes, so I'm interested in the process that other people use. Sick of the Mind says, DeepSeek is deep cooked at the moment. Maybe we can ask ChatGPT instead. So... Okay, so S2M Green, you were asking about how to take notes. I'm not the greatest about taking notes, but I do have some of my notes online. For example, I've got notes for for these Natas machines over here. So if you take a look at this directory here, I usually keep the notes in Markdown. I'm not very good at using Markdown, but if you take a look over here, I keep my notes over here. I try to stay organized. I go step by step. When there's blocks of code over here, I try to put it in the block quotes, in the code blocks, and keep it nice and organized. I keep my notes on GitHub because GitHub, well, you can use GitHub pretty much anywhere. Make sure that your notes are on the internet, because you're going to be referencing them from time to time. Okay, so we're looking at DeepSeek. So it's still telling me to use echo with octal. Nope, this is still double quotes. Okay, so maybe base64 encoding isn't going to work. SGM Green says, cool, thanks. For that info, I didn't think about having them online like that. Let's see. MC25 says, I keep meaning to put my notes in HTTP vaults till I can clean them up and have backup. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah, keep your notes organized, everybody. They're very, very important for keeping track of all the challenges that you did. Using Unicode representation. Okay, this is still backslashes. I can't backslash any of this stuff. Without backslashes, this is still backslashes. What is wrong? We can't base64 decode anything either. Okay. Let's ask actually, let's take a look at this article here. So the article here is talking about bypassing Linux command injection, Linux restrictions. Oh, this is the article here. Okay, so bypassing paths and forbidden words. Forbidden spaces. Bypass backslash and slash. This is what I'm looking for. Okay. So this is slash. But how do I do the same thing for backslash? Okay, thank you very much for following Filig10. Thank you very much for following on Twitch. You're now HackerFrog. Why don't you have a frog song? There you go. would the syntax be if we wanted backslash instead of slash? Okay, extracts the first character of the home variable, which is typically a slash, with a backslash. What? Use backslash directly. No backslashes. Wait, what? Does this work? Okay. I hope you're not... This isn't gonna work. Wait. Hold on, let's go back to the article. Bypass backslash and slash. So this was bypassing backslash, right? Echo. We can't use the pipe. This isn't gonna work. Bypass with hex encoding. This doesn't work because it has backslashes. This isn't going to work because it has pipes. And it also has single quotes. Okay. Let's pipes. Okay, let's ask ChatGPT because DeepSeek is not giving us the answers. I think I need to log in, right? Can I stay logged out? Okay. We're trying to run Linux commands with some restrictions. You cannot use backslashes. Actually, wait, the goal wasn't to do backslashes. I'm losing the plot. We're trying to use no. Okay. We're not losing the plot. We're trying to use backslashes because we want to. Tigerail says grep a. Okay. Let's give this. Tigerail has an idea. Wigwam Weekend says, what are we doing? We're trying to run OS command injection on this web application here, and we're trying to get it to output the contents of a different file. So first, let's try this payload here. Okay, this outputs the entire dictionary. Use grep to check if a certain character exists in the next level's password. Yeah, that's something else we're trying to do. But you can try out the challenge yourself at this address right here. Let me get the password for you. So this is the password. The username is Natas16. If you want to try out the level yourself, this is not this is not the password. This is not the password. Let me get the correct password. This is the password. If you want to try out the this challenge yourself, you can go ahead and do that. Okay, so we're trying to run Linux commands with some restrictions. We cannot use the backslash character, but we want to use it in our command. How can we bypass this restriction? Okay, ChatGPT. Use the printf command. Okay, that's not going to... This has a backslash in the command. Why are you doing this? Keep using backslashes in the command. No, don't. Every one of these has a backslash. Your examples all have backslashes in them. I cannot use the backslash character directly. We want to indirectly output a backslash in Linux. MC25, maybe this was just a never-ending rabbit hole and Natas 15 was the last level. If only. There's 34 Natas levels, so that's not the case. Using echo with ASCII values. No, don't do this. This is a backslash. This too has a backslash. Okay, octal dump. This is... Okay, there was one example that didn't have. So octal dump, you can use the od command to output the backslash character as part of the data stream. Okay, so what happens if we give this command? Grep man page, y'all. But it pipes. Oh, there's a pipe. Right. We can't use the pipe, so that doesn't work either. Okay. Can we get something similar without pipes? Okay, so we can use the od command directly. Why are you giving me... Let's just run this command. If we run this command directly, what does it do? What does it give us? It doesn't give us anything. Let's see. Tegrel says you're going to have to use a Python script to automate the blind command injection character using grep. That grep man page. Okay. So Cypher Freak, are you trying to give me a clue? Is that the clue right there? Man grep. So let's see. Regex. Okay, there's a lot. I might need a bigger. I might need a bigger hint. Because there's a lot of stuff here. Invert match, word, regex, no ignore case. No messages, byte offset with file name. Type is binary. Process a binary file. Recursive. Let's see. Regular expressions. Character classes and bracket expressions. Backslash character. Locale for category. Grep colors. Death Wish says, since the request is using a get command, you could use the URL straight instead of the input box, encoding the string properly. I think it doesn't make too much of a difference in this case. I'm just trying to figure out how we can. Okay, I'm gonna ask CipherFreak. So CipherFreak, it sounds like CipherFreak looked at the looked at the solution. CipherFreak, I'm trying to what is it called? I'm trying to encode my characters. Am I supposed to encode my characters, or is that not something I'm supposed to do? That's all I want to know. Am I supposed to encode these characters? Am I supposed to encode the special characters? Okay, let's get out of here. Oreo Byte, can we use the new line? Let's see, CipherFreak says, for example, we're trying to figure out if we can somehow encode a double quotes, because double quotes are mandatory in the string, and if we can encode some extra double quotes, then we could escape. So is encoding the illegal characters part of the solution? CipherFreak says there are a few different ways to do it, I think. Okay. So Sick in the Mind says it uses generic request, not get or post. So it does, from the burp suite traffic that we took a look at, this is a get request. This is a get request to the needle endpoint over here. Or is it? No, it's a request to the landing page. Okay, so let's look back. Let's search for backslash. Bypass backslash and slash. Command injection, bypass, backslash. There's nothing here that says backslash. Okay. So, CipherFreak directed us to the man page for grep. So let's do grep-help and take a solid look here. So one file is read standard input with no file read. Recursive. Line number with file name, output control. Invert match, version. No messages. Oh man. Extended regex. Fixed strings. Ignore case. File equals. File equals? Well, I mean, there's only one way to find out. We can try plugging this in. No, okay. The dash F. The dash F? What was it? Dash F. File. Take patterns from file. So file equals, right? The problem is this has to be put into the problem is that this has to be put into the double quotes here, and we can't escape these double quotes. What happened here? Did this work? It's already running grep stuff in the double quotes. Yeah, we can pass the flag. Can we pass the flag? Let me try. Let me just craft a little string over here. So etc. Natas web pass. Natas 17. Double quotes are not allowed, so no. Double quotes are not allowed. Well, we ran this command here and we got something. I don't know. I'm gonna try it out. This didn't work. Okay, so first of all, I want to check that I didn't misspell this. So Natas. Okay, is that the name of... I need to check again. Natas over the wire. I need to make sure that this is the name of the file, because I could be wrong. It's trapped in the context of the double quote, so that won't work. Okay, so it's going to be Natas web pass, etc. Natas web pass. Okay, so this doesn't work. And before this, we were taking a look at file. Double quotes are not allowed. Didn't test it myself, just assuming. We could pass the flag. Okay, so we can't pass files through this argument here. let's get rid of these dot dot slashes. Still, probably still isn't going to work, but yeah. If we pass this, the death wish is the password is in the file, Natas webpass is the directory containing the files. So yeah, so Natas webpass is the directory. The actual file is Natas 17. So if we actually pass it something that exists, dictionary.txt, this will output everything. But doesn't help too much. But the good thing was that we were actually able to put something in there. So let's see, extended, fixed strings, basic. Invert match. Perl regex. Okay, okay. Hold on, I'm gonna take a little water break, just a second. Okay, so let's try PT. Yeah. We gotta stay sane. We gotta stay sane over here when we're doing cybersecurity challenges. How do you whistle? Okay, we were asking ChatGPT. Okay, we want to use character. We want to output a backslash to the Linux terminal in an environment where backslash cannot be directly used. We also cannot use command piping. How can we output a backslash to the terminal in this case? Printf with no. That's a backslash. Your example includes a direct backslash character. Please give me another example. Printf. Why are you like this? There are backslashes in all of your examples. This has a backslash. This also has a backslash. This is a pipe. This has both a backslash and a pipe, which we cannot use. Okay, this looks real. Cypherfreak says the ChatGPT is garbage. ChatGPT reminds me of "You stay here and don't let him read the room" from Monty Python. Yeah, kind of. Sick of the Mind. Here have even more characters you can't use. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Oh man. Did you provide ChatGPT with the source code, by the way? Maybe we should do that. Maybe we should do that. Yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna grab this and I'm gonna provide it to ChatGPT so it understands. Okay. We're trying to solve this CTF challenge. It has this PHP code, and we want to use a backslash to we want we want to use a backslash. Actually, wait. Maybe we want to use a backslash to escape, to create a double quote character, which would allow us to escape the Linux command being used. Okay. You're assuming the vector and restricting ChatGPT to assume reason solution. Tell it you want to fetch the contents of a file without the constraints of the PHP code. Okay. Use the character in PHP to indirectly inject a backslash. Okay, it just censored me because it thinks I'm trying to do hacking stuff. Well, I am trying to do hacking stuff. I'm not trying to do malicious hacking stuff. So here's the funny thing: if you record the traffic from ChatGPT inside of Burp Suite, you will be able to get the response from ChatGPT before it redacts it, because it will be recorded by Burp Suite. So even if it does censor the response afterwards, you will get the response. They will get the entirety of the response in Burp Suite if you record it there. It's a fun little trick. Okay. So seems it only does that for free ChatGPT. Okay, let's give it another example. I never get that kind of response. Yeah, maybe because you're paying for it. I don't pay for it. Okay. Okay, so it's dictionary.txt. It unexpectedly detected it's a TTP vector. What does TTP stand for in this case? Could you let me know? Thank you. Miter attack. Okay. All right. We are trying to create a backslash character so that we can escape this Linux command, but we cannot use the backslash character directly, and we also cannot use this list of special characters. What was it? Semicolon, single quote, double quote, and pipe, and ampersand. Okay, function in PHP. So we could use the character function. The ch character generates the backslash. That was getting close. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna capture this in Burp Suite just so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. So over here, let's do Burp Suite and give ChatGPT over to Burp Suite. Verify I'm a human. Yeah, very human. Why do you want me to verify I'm human so many times? Oh, does it not like? Does it somehow know that I'm proxying it? Is that why ChatGPT doesn't want to run inside of Burp Suite? Depends on how Burp is configured. Maybe. Let's just ask a very easy question. How do we use the PHP command in Linux to output a backslash character? Okay, so character 92. So the problem is that there are single quotes. They're both single quotes, and there's a terminator over here. How about Python? How do we do that with Python? You can use the character function in, so print. Okay, so this also has I think I can't use backticks either. So this wouldn't let us backslash character. How about with printf? Printf is going to have a backslash. Yeah, there's a backslash in here. Okay, how about Perl? Well, any common Linux commands let us print this backslash character without using single or double quotes. Echo with the okay. Echo E is going to escape. This is a this is a backslash. Okay. Echo N. Can we run any one-liner? Python, Perl, or Python or Perl commands that output a backslash, but do not use single or double quotes in the command. Is there a backslash in the environment variable? Actually, that's a good question. Okay, this doesn't work. Perl one-liner, that doesn't work either? So in an environment variable. So let me take a look at these environment variables. Actually, let's just do env and then grep backslash. Okay, looks like there are no backslashes in here. Actually, wait. Are there quotes? There are no quotes in here either. Actually, wait. Are we looking for... Okay, so if we're looking for a special character in the environment variables here, the only one that we're really interested in is either a backslash or a double quote, but there's no double quotes or backslashes in these environment variables here. Of course, I have no idea of seeing what the environment variables are on the Natas server, but they should be pretty similar to the ones in Kali Linux. Okay. How about quotes? So this is where we're using quotes, and that's the only thing we have. The other thing we're looking for is backslashes. Bypass backslash. So here's bypass backslash, but we've got a bunch of... Okay, okay. Let's see. Who is the person who... Cypher Freak, could you give me another hint? Because I've been working on the problem for over 2 hours now. You said take a look at the grep man page. The problem is that the grep man page there's a lot of stuff there. What if you pasted in a literal Unicode backslash? A literal Unicode backslash. Unicode backslash. I've been using an inner grep so far with, let's see, E to identify characters via regex. It's not, it's not backslash. Okay, well, It's not backslash. Tigrail says, I gave you 2 hints. You gave me 2 hints, Tigrail. Okay, let me look back and see. You're going to have to use a Python script to automate the blind command injection character by character using grep. Oh my gosh. Are you serious? Use grep to check if a certain character exists in the... Oh, man. You're going to have to use a Python script to automate the blind character injection character by character using grep. That sounds insane. That sounds insane. Cypher Freak says, yeah, it's messed up. I hope you know Python. I can't believe I have to script. I have to do scripting to do this again. ChatGPT knows Python. Just got to get the proof of concept first. Okay. Let's use DeepSeek. ChatGPT is not being very cooperative. So I'm gonna try DeepSeek. DeepSeek doesn't care that I'm doing hacking. Tigrail says paste bin. Okay, let's paste bin. Let me search for that in paste bin. I thought I was going to do like a cute little command injection, and I would have to do some whatever URL encoding or something, or some sort of character encoding, and then I would be on my merry way. But it turns out that it's like 2.5 hours, 3 hours later, and I'm still on the same question. Okay, so how do we? So paste bin. Let me access that thing directly. Natas 16. Okay, what do we got? I'm gonna take the L. I'm gonna take the L on this. Let's see if this thing works. It's probably gonna work. Somebody looked at it. If this is your code, let me know. Is this your code, Tigrail? Okay, let's... I'm a little disappointed that this is the way you do this level. Okay, so Natas 16. Is this still the password? This is not the password anymore. Okay, so we need to switch out the password. Okay, let's understand what's going on here. So, I'm going to import requests. We're going to import HTTP basic auth so we can do the basic auth requests. I knew it would build on Natas 15. Oh, I didn't think it was going to build on Natas 15. I thought Natas 15 was a one-off. So if all of the levels from now on involve a lot of scripting, I'm not going to have a lot of fun. Okay, so pass file, prefix tested. Pass file is going to be that file location there, okay? So prefix, where's the prefix? So input text tested. Okay, so this is going to be talking about this. The tested ones are going to be the characters we tested. So we've got all of the characters, so all of the alphanumeric characters in here. Cypherfreak says they all build on each other from what I've seen. They didn't used to. I didn't have to. Everything before 15 was they didn't involve a lot of scripting, but it looks like if scripting becomes the normal thing to do for these levels, it's going to be a big pain in the butt. So looking for password character set for character in characters, prefix is hit, password contains something. Okay, filtered plus characters, return filtered, get password filtered. All right, press the believe button. I thought this was going to be something I could do without by just using the web browser, but that's not the case. So Python 3, Python, Natas 16. So this is leaking out, right? This is leaking out the password. Okay, we've got ads on Twitch, so YouTube people get an ad as well. You know what's going to make me feel better? The baby birds. The baby birds will make me feel better. Just concentrate on the baby birds for a minute. Because the baby birds are free of sin. So let's see. Tigerel says, sorry, but you would have been at it for a lot longer. Yeah, I would have been at it for a lot longer. If all of the levels after this all heavily involve scripting, yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be continuing on. Yeah, no worries. I'm happy to get the resolution. I'm happy to get the resolution eventually. But, you know, I'm kind of disappointed that this is something that we can't solve using just focus on the baby birds. Okay. Man, these baby birds are so cute. All right, so we got the password over here. We had to use a script to do that. Let's talk about what we learned in today's Natas level. Sick in the Mind says, it's common with blind attacks to use a degree of automation. And Tigerel says, Natas 16 is a blind command injection challenge, meaning you need to find a way to execute system commands through the web application. What is the blind? Let me take a look at the code one more time. So the command we're using is, what is the command we're using here? So needle equals input text grep. Okay, so this is the command we're using. So grep character pass file 17. Pass file 17 is defined over here. So grep character pass file 17. Let me just try. Let me just try this. So it begins with what does it begin with? It begins with capital E, right? So let's try that. So this is the web app here. So we're going to grep for the letter E in the pass file. So it's etc. Natas web pass Natas 17. So this isn't something I was gonna do. So this outputs nothing. This outputs nothing. Why is that? This should work, right? This is what I think should work. It searches for the full string. Caret checks beginning on string and at the end because it searches for the full string. Oh. So if I wanted to leak out one character, it would be caret E. Caret E? Okay, so we would... Okay, this is blind, right? So it doesn't give you anything. There's two phases. In the first run, there's two phases. So if we did this, and we gave the entire password, no output is a hit. No output is a hit. Oh, okay, okay. No output is a hit. If there's output, that's not a hit. All right. So if we input the entire password here, and the entire password is this, then this should result in no hit. This should result in a hit, which is no output, right? Yeah. But if we add something else to this... Wait, what? Hold on. Hold on. What did I put in here? So this... Ah, right. So this is it. Okay. So this entire thing should have no hit. So there's no hit here. But if we add one extra thing to this, then it's going to get us the entire... Okay, I think I get it. I think I get it. Okay. Okay. So, alright. Let's record this password. Blind shell injection, am I right? Yeah. Man. Man, oh man. You know what? I'm gonna seriously consider more scripting stuff in the future. So this is Natas level 16. Let me start editing this. Actually, no. I need to edit Natas level 17. Cancel. Let's go back to 17. I'm going to record the password. So before we go, I definitely want to take a look at the next level and see if it's if it is equally difficult. Might be. Password is this. Okay, let's save that out. Can never go wrong saving learning more scripting. Cypher Freak says, or having known of the exploit and had to script it out logically. Yeah. Okay. Let's go back to Natas 16 and let's finish our write-up. Okay, so the web vulnerability is blind OS command injection. And the method of solve is figure out that we can use this syntax to output the result of a command. Tigerel says true false. Let's see. I was asking HackerGPT about blind injection. Write a script in Python using request to iterate over possible characters. Construct a query that checks each character in sequence. Was it able to create something that was usable? I'm curious about that. So I'll put the result of a command. For example, let's do the command we used over. Where is it? Here. Oh. Okay. Let's lend out the. Man, I'm kind of burning through all of my my music playlists. Let's do some FTP to finish out today. There we go. Okay, so for example, this will not return anything. But if an incorrect character is appended, then the entire dictionary is returned. Okay. So we can use the below script to automate the blind OS injection process. You know, this is very useful because I've never come across blind OS. I've never come across blind OS command injection. This is not something I've considered before, so it's actually very useful to me to know that this kind of thing exists. Yeah, in theory, I thought, of course, that this kind of thing could exist, but it's not something I've encountered before. So let's go ahead and put in that script. Here. So MC25 says, so wait, if you did like cat, natas, webpass, natas 17, and I used a lower level natas to connect it all, LFI, the temp, easy win. The first phase of that was grep e car character, natas 17 file. where is that? Step 1. Find out what characters the password contains. Use the get password characters. So get password characters in the script is looking for characters in the password set. And we use... what is the command? Grep character password 17. So if we... okay. Alright, let's paste in the script. Okay, let's commit the changes. And that's level 16. I really want to take a look at level 17 to see if it is something completely different or not. And if you're interested in checking it out as well, then go ahead and check this out. Tigreal has another paste bin. Let me take a look at this. So this is a different one. Oh, this is the one you got from HackerGPT. Did you test this out? Tigreal, let me know if this script worked out and was able to get the password. Okay. Let me check out Natas 17. Not the icons in the print message. There are icons in the print message? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's how you can tell it was written by an LLM. Okay, so let's take a look at Natas 17 real quick. I really want to do one of these live streams where I don't go horribly over time every single time. War Live 1200, thank you very much for following. Welcome to the HackerFrogs, and why don't you have one of these? Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, what's going on? Okay, what is this? Username check existence. Natas. Wasn't there a level like this already? Huh. How about Natas 18? How about Natas by itself? Okay, let's check out the source code. Okay, this is another SQL injection challenge. So echo this user exists, echo this user doesn't exist, error and query. This isn't giving us anything. Why is... this isn't giving us any message. Is the application broken? This should be giving... Okay. Anyways, I'm not... let's find somebody to raid. Let's do infosecstreams.com. Hacks Hobgoblin is on. Awesome. We've got a fellow InfoSec streamer on right now. Hacks Hobgoblin is another InfoSec streamer, and let's check out what they're doing right now. What do we got? Okay, they're on and they're doing... it looks like... what is this? Live hacking and chat, stream cloud on Hack the Box. Okay, so they're doing Hack the Box. Awesome. Alright, so let's send the raid over there. We're going to be back on Friday. Today is Wednesday. Tomorrow, next stream is going to be on Friday. and we're going to be doing some password cracking. So if you're interested in learning how to do password cracking with John the Ripper, and it's going to be a ton of fun. We're going to be cracking all sorts of stuff. That's going to be on Friday, and we're also going to be doing Windows on Friday as well. So we're going to be hacking some Windows targets. But in the meantime, we're going to raid into Hacks Hobgoblin. Let me grab that that channel name. And when you arrive on Hacks Hobgoblin's channel, if you could give this raid message, frog hip hop hack frog, I would really appreciate it. Okay, so thank you very much to all of the great chatters today. Thank you very much to Tigrail, Sick in the Mind. If you want to be shouted out, let me know in the chat. MC25 and who else? Lots of good friends like Cypher Freak, as well as Deathwish and KenPDX. Lots of people stopped by today. We've got Oreo Bite, right? And I think Cybernerd Dante was here at some point as well. Let's start the raid. All right, so we're going to be back on Friday, and until then, have a great week, and we will see you next time. HackerFrogs out.